I am finally recording Rebuilt. I have played Rebuilt before. It was I don't know when. I didn't keep track of when I last played it, but I've only played it once, and I believe it was somewhere around a year, maybe a year and a half ago, when it first came out. When Rebuilt first dropped. I wasn't sure when I downloaded it if there's been any updates since then, and it appears there have been. The executable has been changed on April 26th of this year, which is much more recent than when I last played Rebuilt. So there is something changed. I don't know what exactly, but something has changed. I know that probably at least the area SWRD in Kopaka's level has been updated because it has been updated in the beta. And Rebuilt is mostly the beta. It's a revision of the beta, and so patches of the beta tend to be moved over to Rebuilt, and patches on the Rebuilt tend to be moved over to the beta. So it's not like the other Legend of Motunui variations where I've played them multiple times. This is only my second time playing this, and it's the first time playing this particular revision. I'm going to Alt-Tab out, which is going to cause the background music and animation to stop. The reason being I'm going to go to the game files, and then I'm going to look at the patch notes. So it looks like there has been 3 iterations. The first one was 1.0.0, which is probably the one I've played, because I played it when it just came out. But there has been a 1.0.1, which they nicknamed The Wall, and there's a 1.0.2, which they nicknamed Salvation. Well, it reminds me of me just playing Doki Doki Literature Club and seeing ddlc.txt. Anyway, but there's only 2 patch note entries, or 2 bullet points for Salvation, which is causing corrupted saves and quitting from front end, and fix an issue in better saver causing the current mask not to be written. That's it. But I don't know when each of these took place, so I might not have even seen the 1.0.1 fixes. I do not see any notes about fixing of SWRD, or anything of the per level fixes where I see Kopaka mentioned post 1.0.0. So that might not have been fixed. We'll see. It's been fixed in the beta. So let's go. I'll toggle back to the game. That's going to cause it to start up again. And start playing the game. So if you're not familiar with what Rebuilt is, well, the most basic way to describe it is it's Legend of Motunui beta, where the fans, that would be Beaver House, also known as Lightstone Studios, ported things into it from the alpha that they liked that were missing in the beta. I say it's kind of an oversimplified explanation because there are things that aren't even in the alpha that are in here, and we'll see those show up. But you see this beach area. This is the beach from the alpha, which is a lot larger than the beach from the beta. And the 3D model of Onua isn't from either. It's a new custom model. So we got the tutorial from the alpha here. Welcome to the island of Motunui. Explore the beach and read all the signs you see. I will do that, but it'll be kind of boring. You now wear the Kanohi Pakari, the Great Mask of Strength. There are many more masks to find on your adventure. Explore the island further to learn how to use the Kanohi you find. If it wasn't clear though, this is starting with the beta, so it's a revision on the beta, not a revision on the alpha. So it's going to be way more like the beta than the alpha. In fact, everything past the village on each level, last time I played this, was the same as the beta, with the exception of Onua's level, which had an insertion. And we'll get there later as well. It looks like he's gonna take his mask off when he's about to point that way. The cutscene first started, I noticed we have this new custom high poly, they call it, model for Onua, but Nabua seemed to be his original model from the alpha, and so there's a model style discrepancy between the two. Don't know for sure if that's the case though, because Nabua started looking kind of detailed towards the end there. So we can press the jump button for a standing jump, press the jump button while running for a longer jump. That kind of makes sense in the beta mechanics, but it didn't actually make sense in the alpha mechanics when that totem was there. So we notice that the energy pickups are green and pulsating, unlike Sapphire's version, essentially alpha or beta. Scattered throughout Matanui are tokens like these. These tokens are invisible to all creatures on Matanui except the Toa. Collect tokens. Collecting tokens will unlock secret areas, so collect as many as you can. They do not unlock secret areas, they will unlock necessary areas, correction. Yeah, I guess making the energy pickups green matches their color in the cache in the upper left. However, the health pickups still don't match the color of the cache in the upper left, so I don't know if that's really something that really needs to be preserved. That also matches how the energy pickups were green in BIONICLE Quest for the Toa. Which we'll see more of the stuff from Quest for the Toa show up later as well. Okay. Oh, phooey. Now, does high poly Onua flip the bird? Yes, he does. Okay. If you're wondering how to do that, you press the P key on your keyboard. You have to, I believe you have to hold it down throughout the thing. No, you don't. It just goes. Okay. So this area is from the beta, primarily. They skipped all the jumping tutorial areas from the alpha. However, they did stick this totem from the alpha back in. Where the Kanohi Bakari, the Great Mask of Strength, when activated with the Shift key, it allows the user to dig through soft patches of wall like this one by pressing the left mouse button. And this is custom tutorial dialogue, or whatever he calls tutorial text, because in the alpha where they had this tutorial totem, it was not used to dig through earth, it was used to push blocks. Nabua's animation is frozen in the background. It also allows for the pulsing of heavy objects that may block your path. The pushing of heavy objects that may block your path. Okay, so they decided to double it up. Massive power can be switched between with the tab and Q keys. Okay, the style out sentence was not quite the same as the other sentences. Okay, so here is the entrance to my village. You will find Onua here. So, Onupu saying please save my village from the beta was deleted here, I'm noticing. Also noticing that this is the alpha, door. Maybe this is the alpha. I don't know what this is. Some sort of hybrid squished together between the alpha and the beta, this area is. Oh yeah, this is definitely, yeah, this is, okay, that was definitely an alpha characteristic. Oh, they changed the mask colors. Okay. The original, they were all purple on black. They took some, they made them like the characters from Nog. Some of them, that is. See a v.1.0.2 tree in the background. It's like my hard drive's not that slow. White on tan was not a good choice for text. Sapphire did such a low bit rate rendering of this animation. Okay, we now have to save the village. Random side note that has nothing to do with, that has little to do with Rebuilt. So underscore Takua, who came up with Mino, the Metro Nui Online game, which is a BIONICLE fan game, released in 2005. He took down the game. I guess he didn't want to spend money hosting it anymore. So the Biomedia project, but before he did, he emailed or tweeted at or something the Biomedia project and asked them if they wanted to preserve it. And they didn't see the communication. So they didn't. And I don't know if underscore to whoever made that game still has somewhere the files for it. But the Biomedia Project was like, yeah, we want to preserve it. Once they finally found that communication, they sent a tweet out. And I don't know what came of it, but Minol did not appear on the Biomedia Project website afterwards. So they did not succeed as far as I can tell. It got brought up on one of TTV's, I believe it was a Knack and Jay. They decided to ask the chat whether or not they should. They said on the podcast that they would have played Minol, except Minol was taken down, and someone in one of the chats said that it was on Flashpoint. Now, I've searched Flashpoint with anything that could produce it, like Minol or Metro Nui or even just BIONICLE. And nothing has turned up Minol. So as far as I can tell, it's actually not on Flashpoint. But if it truly is preserved on Flashpoint, if someone could tell me how to find it, that would be useful. Or it could confirm to me, so it just gives me some closure that it's not actually on Flashpoint. That would also be helpful. There's my pitch. Maybe on like every video so far after this, I'm just gonna like ask has anybody found it. So I'm kind of wandering around aimlessly here because I'm noticing that this village is the version of the village from the alpha. It is somewhat beta-like. Well, no, it's not. It's just straight up the alpha village. Their villages are very similar between the alpha and the beta. I believe the one in the beta, because it does not have the Takara pit, is slightly smaller. And also the one in the beta doesn't have these alcoves. See these two, like, alcoves here? They're not in the beta version of the village. The beta version was less confusing. In the alpha, it's kind of hard to find the exit. But in the beta, they decided to make all of the doors well pronounced, and so it's easier to find the ways out. So this is where the alpha exit appears, and actually is like, and it's not. And so they decided to put a token door here. In the beta, it's like a pronounced archway, so it's more clear where the exit is. On the alpha, you don't have this token door. Wow, it already opened. And you have to find just this somehow, where there's a bunch of other alcoves distracting you from it. Let's talk to Onua again. Then you gotta do that thing from... They put the Lightstone Studios logo in. Yeah. Now we can do the Dance of Onua thing from the alpha. So we've got the Vuata Maka Tree Keepers from the Quest for the Toa in here. It's a very beautiful tree you have there. Finally been restored to its full significance, or magnificence. It almost died just a little while ago, but a very kind villager from Takoro saved it. He'll feel to try some of its fruit now that it's blooming again. In case you don't know, which you probably do, because you're watching this, he's referring to Takua. So this guy lost his pick. He's not going to let me do the dance yet, because I haven't learned it. Or so they say.
Scan impact. Draw. Chain rattle.
Okay. Dude. Dude.
Where would you? Bounce light chain rattle.
It's like, likes chain rattle.
Draw. Window pane.
I'm kind of skipping through the dialogue kind of fast because really in Rebuilt you have to go through a lot of that.
Bounce.
Okay, yeah, so the Takara pits in the Rebuilt, they're the locations where they were in the beta, but they're actually in the model for the whole village, and it kind of makes sense in that the places where they were did have the space to put these, and they are shown like open air and not inside a cave or room in Quest for the Toa and I believe the Matanui Explorer. And I recall vaguely when watching like a podcast by the Beaver House that there is some evidence in the 3D models or code or something that there was some intention to do it this way. Before they did it like we saw in the alpha, where it's actually supposed to be the entire village moving with the Takara. I don't know exactly what that evidence is, so there is some reason to think that it was once Sapphire was going to make it like this. Now, older doesn't necessarily mean better. Oh, yeah, the model of the v.1.0.2 tree crystal inside the v.1.0.2 tree. Okay. And it's like we let people revise their work, right? You don't just say your how it should be is how you first did it. But it's not too weird, I guess, to make it the entire village. It's kind of a candidate for a bad lip reading.
asphalt, metals unrounded, like axis slash metal straight and sheen. Plank the net for its top, axis slash metal straight and sheen. Theme goes whistle, sizzle on by axis slash metal straight and sheen. Like wood, window game break, plank the metal for its unrounded thud, axis slash metal straight and sheen. Fire, metal straight, single medium. Asphalt, metal on plank the metal for its sheen. Asphalt, metal unrounded, like wood, axis slash metal straight and sheen. Theme goes whistle, sizzle on by fire, rounded thud. Window game break, plank the metal. Theme goes whistle.
This game has other levels besides just yours.
Axis slash metal for its straight metal straight single.
Now, I don't have any way to independently verify or confirm this, but another thing that I heard on some Beaver House podcasts was that Templar Studios used the 3D models from The Legend of Motunui Alpha, or earlier versions of The Legend of Motunui, as a basis for, looks like the Alpha platform setup, for the models of the villages in Manaug. See, the platform goes all the way across. This is something you see in the alpha, but not in the beta. So, notice they introduced the alpha's platforming in this area. Okay. This is gonna suck right here. Let's try the hive quickly. God, phew. Let's destroy it. Now, why does this matter? Well, in the beta, the models are different than in the alpha. Okay, what's the big whoop about that? Well, if we would have gotten the beta without the alpha, because, well, the beta just got released, right? If we got the finished game, there'd be no point in trying to find unfinished versions of it. Or if the Biomedia project, the Beaver House, the Lightstone, whatever you want to call it, got the beta before the alpha, they would go, oh, we already got the beta, we don't need the alpha. And not realized, or people, whoever had the beta wouldn't give it to, alpha wouldn't give it to them because, oh, they already had the beta, they don't need the alpha. And wouldn't have all of the things that are in the alpha that are not in beta. For example, the models of the villages that were in the alpha. And so it would have been like, these models for the villages are weird and wrong. They don't match Manaug, and we wouldn't understand why exactly they did match Manaug. I said that too softly for the mic, probably. Yeah, they wouldn't match Manaug, and we would just think, oh, they just had different interpretations than Templar about what the village was going to look like. Now, in most villages, the villages aren't significantly changed from the alpha to the beta in theme. In fact, Lewa's and Tahu's aren't changed at all, I believe. Now, Onua's just changed in size. It still has the same notable features, like the stream going across the middle with the bridge and the hut stylings. But Gali's and Kopakas are the ones that are the most changed. And in the alpha, Gali's village has deep water, where you actually have to platform or swim around in it. Just like, and Manaug actually copies that and actually has lily-pad huts resembling the designs of those in the alpha. Like, for example, Okama's hut and the hut where, or the half hut where you do the Takara. Whereas in the beta, you have shallow water that you wade through, essentially, and the huts are a different style, and the village is much smaller. So, the village of Gakoro, much in Minog, much more greatly resembles Gakoro from the alpha than the beta. Also, in the alpha, in Kokoro, there are these hectagonally shaped huts. Oh, no, it did not insert that area from the alpha in here still. Okay. I really like that area in the alpha between the village and the atrium. They took out in the beta, but in rebuild it doesn't look like they put it back in. So it still goes directly from the village to the atrium. But they did replace the place where we get the grappling hook and the miner's pick with the one from the alpha for some reason. So in Kokoro, there was these octagonal, I said hexagonal, I believe they're actually octagon cross-section huts. Those show up in Nog. That there are these octagon huts with octagon doors in Kokoro. In the beta, they left the same landscape, the same layout of the land in Kokoro, but they didn't show any huts that the Batoran would actually like sleep in or anything. Because we know Batoran sleep from Time Trap. But even though that's only recorded in Time Trap. So like there are no huts in Kokoro for some reason in the beta. And in Minog again, there are huts, so the village resembles how it is designed in the alpha more so than how it is designed in the beta. You could argue that Pokoro, a more minor thing happened where they tend to move the huts from freestanding to like pushed up against the walls in the beta. Free. And they seem to be more like individual and not pushed up against the walls in Nog. That's kind of like splitting hairs. There. This crashed on me in the beta. Hopefully it won't crash here in rebuilds. Did not crash. Good. So, I didn't say anything about this when it happened because I was talking about something else, but they decided to implement the Amano Volo spheres from Quest for the Tahu into this game. So, when I gave that Matoran his lost miner's pick, instead of just giving me some pickups, it gave me an Amano Volo sphere, which increased my capacity for energy and health to 4, and then gave me a full cache of energy and health. We're going to just return the Thaliwali here, and that's going to give me another increment. So just like in Quest for the Tahu, which is also made by Sapphire. And that kind of makes sense because the rewards for completing the side quests in the original beta were just pathetic. I don't think I've done. It's the disc guy. I like how they like label the ones that you talk to when you get to give them things. That makes it easier on me. They're labeled by them doing a goofy dance. They're like, I need stuff. I lost something dance. Where is the Thaliwali guy? I thought he was on the... Yeah, here we go. Yeah. The terminology from Quest for the Toa is some of the hardest to pronounce in all the Bionicle lore. A monovolosphere, Vuwata Makatri, is quite challenging. Okay. Yeah, an advantage of that platforming area not being there is that it's easy to go back and forth between the atrium and the village. If it was there, I would have waited until I got to the shrine where I had that portal. I guess I got to do the conversation with Kapura.
Why? Okay.
It is the pronoun for Makuta.
No pain.
Forgot they fall. It's kind of pathetic. Okay, I'll actually jump this time. Okay. You don't have to shoot at them continuously, you just gotta shoot them when they flip over to flip them back over. So I'm technically wasting ammo. But I don't really have to be that technical in this game, because this game is not crazy hard. There are some challenging portions, but in general it's not hard. The alpha, of course, was hard because there's areas that were broken, and I was doing them anyway, because I was trying to, like, be the least cheating-y as possible. But the more modern versions, you know, beta and rebuild are not hard. Do I have to use the mask in here? Yeah. Even though it's not labeled? Come on, you're supposed to have a thing here that says you need to use a mask, we need to use a mask. And there are other digs in this level that don't require the mask, too. And when you dig when it needs the mask, it's supposed to do that rainbow thing, too. And that one didn't. A lot of inconsistencies there. I really don't like that dig and how it requires the mask. It should not require the mask. Or they should make it, like, have a labeled with the mask and have the rainbow effect happen when you dig and all that. One or the other. Give this game never-ending flack for that. Aim is bad. Oh, I'm hitting the tree. That was embarrassing. Okay. The beta, this is just, looks like it would go somewhere because it did go somewhere, but it's just, it turned into just a place to pick up ammo to justify its existence. I don't think I can make that jump. Well, it looks like it is possible to make that jump. It's just a really tight margin. Okay. shoot up at me this entire time. What I'll do instead is I'll grapple up there. Drop down, get the tokens. Cool. Did I miss a token? Oh. Well, I was gonna draw this out. Okay. Now I can progress up. It's hard. Ah! Bad enough I did it intentionally, now I did it unintentionally. Just trying to mess up this jump. There we go. And you can keep going up there, but like, it's not, those aren't really realistic jumps you can actually make. So I'm not gonna try it. It's like the 3D modeler didn't realize like the jump mechanics when he was making those. And I can drop down and grab those tokens, and I will. And because this wall is so ill-formed, that sets me back. Quite a ways, actually. Get the next grapple from here, which helps. Here I can drop down and get tokens if I was being really obnoxious. But I'm not really obnoxious, just kind of. I believe I should be able to make it with only 60 tokens, so I don't need every single token on this wall. So I won't get every single token on this wall. Destroy the hive. The creature that fell all the way down to the bottom already. Will it crash? No. Okay. This might have crashed in the beta when I tried the beta. So I think you do this by generally just kind of running around it. Got really close to me somehow. Whoa. Whew. Okay. This mask was only one use in the entire game. It's a very counterintuitive use, I might add. Now, if I remember correctly, this grapple point doesn't work very well. But we'll try to make it happen. It doesn't really map to a really good spot. Now, will killing this thing cause a crash? Like in the beta? Well, fast bugs, gotta get it. Those are still bad in rebuild. Like, the bugs are still fast. Okay, destroying that hive lets me continue. Bat's still there. We'll get the tokens. Continue. Okay, so no crashing in LA1A1. That's good. Really good so far. It's a little bit of a tougher. You have some other creatures in the boss room this time. Sometimes you can get them trapped behind that. No, this time I can't. Okay. Oh, for Gotta get into the room so that we can actually move around. Exhibit occupant. The ammo. And where the dig is in the alpha, it doesn't exist. It's closed off. You have to go out the way you come back in the alpha. What's with that sound effect? Gee. See, this disc does not require the Picari. Oh, but it has the rainbow thing. That's even more confusing. Really? Why does that have to be the Ruru sound effect? Okay. I went too far, probably. Yeah, I want to do this dig. Disc. Crash. Nope. Okay, that crashed in the beta, so that's good. The beta had a lot of things crashed in the beta. I played it. Definitely doing a lot better than the beta so far. Oh, I got crashed to the menu. Oh, phooey. Well, that's a terrible place to crash because that's such a long area. Let's go back to the game. In case you didn't know, full screen is Alt-Enter. Is the save file broken? You serious? This game doesn't have a mechanism for making redundant save files. I wonder what the options are for this. Oh, okay. Let's try again. Still have a corrupt. See if I still have a corrupted save file. That was a big scare. That was a huge scare. Okay. But... So it may not have been saved that I got the disc. See, I was able to pick it up again. Okay, here's the crash part. What? Maybe we should just not fight and just kind of run in here. There we go. Because I don't want to risk crashing. Oh. There's no checkpoints. Yeah, I wish I was recording when I saw this for the first time because it was kind of a moment. I did see the videos that the Beaver House was posting about the like testing rolling mechanics. So there was some hints, but I didn't know this was in there until I played it for the first time, which was once before, and and this happened. I was like, wow. See me rolling, the Hayden. Hopefully that was less than 10 seconds. Whoa! I guess this is that area in Lewa's level, kind of redone. Kind of a blind maze, though, too. Well, it helps you see better, but it's not required, okay. Whoa! Yeah, that's... I don't know about the lore and the mechanics and the physics of that being really good, but it's just a very fun little area there. Definitely good when it comes to gameplay. Okay. I haven't encountered A1, A2, what is it, or A1, L1, A2 yet, so. There's an area where you use the Ruru and you platform. That seemed to have been replaced by that area. Okay. Oh, here it is, okay. So they inserted it here, where it was in the alpha. Well, not exactly. The alpha, it takes you right to L1A1 first. And then here, when you come out of the shrine. But, put it in the shrine challenges, which is where it is in the alpha. It's opposed to in the beta, where this area is before you get to the shrine. There's still nothing over there, I see. Not even tokens, okay. There's like a distracting platforming, like, route. This is where you spawn into in the beta when you start. When you go from the shrine. Stop. It's froze there? Okay, well, take that opportunity to get rid of your hive. And then we'll get rid of you. Should be a checkpoint. Let's get down to the bottom before the bats get me. They're already getting me. Then we turn around and we shoot at them all. Okay. Now, the bugs, this crashed in the beta as well, so hopefully it doesn't crash here. Okay, good. I have to somehow get rid of these things without dying, which is like near impossible. Or impossible. Straight up. The bats are already on me at the beginning. You could try to shoot, get rid of them, but they, like, respawn. It doesn't matter. They don't come from hives, they come from, like, permanent spawns. Let's run. Okay, got the hives, just need to get the bug. Like, unlike BIONICLE the game GBA, if you actually destroy something, it remembers that you destroyed it. Or if you defeat a Rahi, it remembers you defeated it. Okay, got the glyph. You have to do this. Yeah, you got caught in the works. Jump on him! Jump! Jump! There we go. Jump! 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 Oh, phew. Okay, got the health. Shoot the hives. Get this one then. Oh, that's it? Okay. Got the tokens. I think the alpha, it's like on a time limit. The door will close again if you don't get it done in time. Anyway, the beta is less ridiculous, less hard. So essentially. And that's it. They didn't bring the maze thing from the alpha back in. We can now return the disc. Which gives us another health increment that we don't need. Because this boss is easy. Oh, and they stopped doing that crazy dance, which gives them the thing. That's good. And boss. Guess 94 tokens was enough tokens to open the token door. Oh, they give it a name. The v.1.0.2 Nui. Oh, I forgot that you lose health when you step on the fragments of the rocks. Like, the rocks do damage, and then that is retained even after they break. Which I believe is actually a mistake. It has to do with how just... those, like, vertices are labeled as damage object, or whatever you would call it. Vertices. And they don't get changed when they break. Oops. Accidentally hit the mask button. I'm famous for... I don't know if I'm famous, but I often forget how to do this boss in the alpha. Luckily it's so straightforward in the beta, so even if you forget how to do it, you can still do it. Yeah, in the alpha, you use the glyph, and that creates rain of debris. And then while the glyph is happening, you shoot it with an energy sphere. It's a sequence of things you do. And that does 1 damage. And when you do damage in the alpha, the boss goes back down to the ground without throwing a rock at you. The beta, of course, a target just appears. And then you shoot the target. And that's it. And when he stops coming up on his own, then you use the glyph to make him come back up. Yeah, he has 8 health increments. When you have a square screen resolution for a monitor that you would use in 2001, they show up. On this 1080p screen, they don't. So the boss does have a health bar, it's just not rendering on my screen, essentially. Oh, so that was Onua's level. Only one crash. It was in the area where you do the maze with the Ruru, and then you have when there's digging, basically. Oh, the background's still not showing in this. Okay. The sky, that is. Probably because this is the alpha cutscene. They probably poured the alpha cutscene in, because it has a little bit more dialogue, and a little bit more action than the beta one. Like, this part isn't in the beta cutscene. This Onua walking thing.
Light chain rattle. Drum. And no pain. Where would you draw?
Yeah, that was the cutscene from the alpha, which is more verbose than the one from the beta, which is more terse. I kind of forgot to do it this time. Usually I complain about... So there's an... You know, this is kind of a long time ago in the game, but there's an area in the... I don't want to step on it in here, because that could cause a crash. There's an area in Onua's level between the village and... between the village and the atrium, there's an area, and you basically platform upwards, and if you fall, you die. They cut it from the alpha to the beta, but what that does is it makes it so that the sequence of events as you go through, is you go down the path to get to this hole with some like stone platforms jutting out, and you drop straight down, and that takes you to the village. And this is the path from the beach. So you go from about the beach level, you go platform up a little bit. You platform up 4 steps, like those 4 steps worth. You drop down this hole into the village of Onukoro. Then you come out of Onukoro. You come out. Why am I using the Akari right now? Stop. You then come from the village, go to the atrium, which is supposed to be at the same level, but you see daylight shining in from the roof. And then you go out the atrium on another door at the same level, but you then look down at the ocean of a cliff. So you drop down a hole, and then you go from the beach level, you go across without gaining altitude, and you look down at the water. It makes the geography make no sense. So I like that area that you in the alpha makes the geography make more sense. So that's another reason why I like that area in the alpha. Anyway, I forgot to mention it, even though I'm already moved past that and I'm into Gali's level. They didn't extend how much Rahi stuff I had to do. I got the tokens while I'm here. They did put logs in to make it look more, and to put the Takara pit in here. So that they didn't port in the village from the alpha into here, which I actually would kind of expect them to do. Because that's the village from the village model that the village in Manaug resembles. Okay, I think I got those tokens. They just took, the Beaver House just took the beta one and they just expanded it out. And this is here for some reason. Yeah, the God Coral Gate Stone is no longer up here anymore. They made it something that you find in the opening area. Which is kind of lame because you only have one area in which you can find something. So, it's not much of a search. So with these villages, you first have to defeat the Rahi in the village. And then after you get the Matoran come out, then you have to learn the dance, and then you have to go do the dance. Now, in Onua's level, they make you come in, and then you go into Onua's hut, and then he says there's something going outside the village, because they wanted to integrate that cutscene where you arrive at Onukoro, and all the villagers meet you, see you for the first time. Got the Rao. All of the other levels work. You show up, it's under attack, you defeat the Rahi, you talk to the Turaga, and then the Matoran come out, and then you can talk to the Matoran and learn the dance. This person wants you to retrieve the disc. Who's this static boy or girl? Yeah. Here's a dancy boy. Of course it's a girl. You see, I accidentally take the 5 male tribes and the 1 female tribe and make them 6 male tribes. How do you get lucky and pick the first stage first? So they decided for some reason that... Am I doing all right out there? Okay, she closed the gate a bit ago, and I'm not sure why. Stargazing is a very relaxing thing to do at night. You should try it sometime. Which they made it so that you have to learn the dance in every village, which makes this very time-consuming and tedious, and I don't know how it adds any value to the game. It just makes it so that it takes way longer to get through the village. So I personally do not approve of having to learn the Takara every single village. I'm okay with experiencing it like the alpha. How the alpha does it is perfectly fine. But having to learn it over and over again, gee. You have to swim. Because there are huts way out here with no bridges to them. I'm going to see if there's a gear down here. There's like an Easter egg. Oh, that glitch happens. They'll be able to teach you the moves. Oh, it crashes when you die underwater. That's nice. Let's try this again. Game. Can I skip the animation? No, I can't. At least escape doesn't work. Will it crash on loading and scare me? Okay, he slows into the Sage village. Trying to find the other people doing the dance. Now it's treading water out here. I started trying to swim around down there in an attempt to find Easter eggs or something. I'm gonna try to get farther out there first before I... Okay. There's an airpole. Come on. Just like the boss health bars don't appear, the progress for running out of air also doesn't appear. There we go. Nothing down here. Any gears? Oh, there's a token. Crashes every time you die underwater. Walked on water for a while. Got some stuff over here. Oh, we got the v.1.0.2 tree. Well, the lore of BIONICLE in 2001 wasn't developed enough to answer that question. That's something not answered until 2004, and the Beaver House decided to incorporate that question into the game. I see. Okay. Okay. Not ready to risk the crash yet. Dock. Hey, I presume the gear is down there somewhere. Okay. Find air. Always first priority. Air. I'll just go back up. Okay. Find the air. Good. Find the tokens. First, get the air. See that air above that purple thing? Get me there. Ah! It didn't crash. Come on. It's too early. Too far away from the air bubbles. Got the air. Okay. Got the token. Go back to that air bubble. Air. Good. Air. Air. Get to the air. Oh. At least it didn't crash. Ow. Find the air bubble first. Here it is. Now just to find the gear. Noticing that the air bubbles and tokens tend to be above vents, which makes some sort of realism. Go back to the air bubble before I run out of air. Okay, try to pick them up again. Ah. Ah, crashed. Ah, phooey. Well, I don't know if there's a gear down there. I'm gonna try one more time, though. Why is Lewa and Kopaka not there? Here's not in this corner. It's not way down in the Netherlands down there, I don't think. Ah, it crashed again. I don't know if there actually is a gear, so I'm gonna give up on that quest. But there might be a gear down in that water pit. I don't know. In case it would give you, in which case it would give you a Watamaka fruit, and then it would give you an extra health and energy that you can put in your cache. Okay. I'm gonna redo this guy's dialogue just in case that doesn't save. Then try to find the other two Dancy boys. Here's one. Yes, I know they're girls. Okay, it's kind of random. Oh, it's not saving my tokens. Dear. Okay, I'll do that, but I gotta get my tokens again, because I don't like not having tokens I have. Okay, this is kind of dangerous, but at least it's not looking for a gear, so... At least I, you know where to go. If you're searching for something, the drowning danger is even worse. Okay, where's the air bubbles? There's one. Oh, but it saved that I picked them up, but... Okay. Got there. Which token am I missing? I know I got like 10. Yeah, I'm missing those ones. Oh. Oof. Oof. It's taking way too long. Within this Gali's level, it always takes a long time. Such is the nature of Gali's level. And, okay. Yeah, you got to 10. Okay. Still didn't find the gear, though. Just looking for the gear. Gear's not on the shelf, is it? The tree keeper's in the dance also, that's okay. they decide to incorporate Maku's dancing into the dialogue.
For its axis slash metal straight machine by fire. I got it.
So a bit too excited. You'll make fun of my Maku. Okay. Assuming that's Maku. Appearance is like that of Maku. I wonder if they increase the token door requirements for getting out of Gali's level and rebuilt, because, like, you can get 13 tokens already. Beta, you can only get, like, 5. And if you missed too many of these, you would be in trouble. But getting 2 of them would have been fine. Now, if you step on the Rahi that comes out of this hive, then you cause a crash, so... I got rid of it before then, so I saved myself from that. At least it does in the beta. I don't know about rebuild. Presume it's the same. So 2 of those 3 tokens in that run should have been plenty. Okay. I go through this gate. Oh, I decided to make this water. Okay. Oh. It's a change. Maybe I just don't remember how the original was. Did you just have the waterfall fall into dirt? There's some jump escalation there. Regular jump, ledge grabbing jump, grapple hook. Okay. We have Kapura. This supports the Kapura can teleport because if you just walked here, you have to go through a place that Gali would have to use a grappling hook and jumping to get to. Okay. Whoops. Okay. I'm still alive, just not saying anything. Do you think you would think that there's a corpse playing the game? You've never seen his face, and you've never seen my face. We could be one and the same. That wasn't even close. This guy respawns, though. Take it out of his, like, movement range, and then I'll shoot it from outside. It's kind of not fair to it, but whatever. Careful not to... Jumping on or dropping on these things might cause a crash in Gali's level. No, it used to. And I think it happened in the beta twice when I did the beta. Okay. These boxes are checked. Keep going. This level's really time consuming. I guess 15 tokens was enough. Wouldn't be surprised if they did not update the token requirements from the beta. They just made more tokens available, so it's way easier to hit the requirements, whatever they were. Oh. One 1342413. Did it wrong. Let's see if I can... I may not have to do this to reset the horns, but I'm going to do it anyway, just in case. Yeah, Gali blows the horns through her mask somehow. She's like blowing them through the 1342413. I don't remember blowing number 2, so I know I messed up. Do that little circle in the middle of the row there. Three, 4, 2, 4. One. There we go. If I accidentally jump off, you have to do that platforming all over again. You could if you wanted to return the disc right away, but it's not worth it. This area does nothing. It's the most pointless area in the entire game. They obviously had a much better idea for this in the alpha. Which was this kind of... like it was a scene. It wasn't just a tunnel. Going to Teton. Swim Teton. How boring. Foreboding message on the screen. It's a carryover from Nokama's final dialogue. Not to exit anyway. Hey, don't accidentally step on something. We leave. Now, when I played the beta, this area here was a crash salad. Quite the stability nightmare. Let's see how bad it is this time around. Okay. Got one of the Takia sharks. It's a good position. You want them actually next to each other. May not be classical gameplay tactics, but it's what you want in Legend of Motunui. Some to group together. Philly. Ah. It crashed. Try again. Okay. Try this again. Good air. Good. Good air. Good. Good air. Good. Oh! Still crashed. I'll get it eventually. There's no debug menu in Rebuild. Like, you have to do it. It doesn't matter. It's crashy. Let's get air. Oh. Oh. Try again. Crashed immediately. Tell us opening movement. Got us pan up to the menu and then pan over to this temple place. Pan into the temple place. Load the level. So, you have to make it full screen, but you don't have to. Okay. Get air. Shoot Takia Shark. Takia Sharks bunched together. I like it. Get air. Shoot Takia Shark some more. Get air. Shoot Takia Sharks. Get air. Get the cow. Select it. Activate it. Okay. Exit the area. Easier said than done. Somehow get out of the water. Celebrate. Made it out of the crash salad. Gali. Just cause. Oh, I love this area. That was sarcastic. I love it more or less sarcastically now that it's not broken, but it's running really slow here for some reason though. It ran faster in the beta. Not to say I necessarily want it to run faster. Depends on how well I can do the last two jumps. Forget about that token. Which always get me. There's two jumps in kind of rapid succession, and the second jump never happens for me. Okay. Jump. Well, it jumped, but it didn't jump going forward straight. And now that it runs slower, it takes me more time to get down to those two jumps at the end. which makes it just that, I don't know, it's annoying. Because I don't have trouble getting to the top part even at speed. Makes it time consuming. You'll get your tantalizing token. No? Okay. That token's not worth it. Doesn't really strike me as something you realistically could do, like water slide standing up on stone. Nor would this stone structure realistically be like structurally robust enough to exist. I mean, standing up water slide on a slippery surface is bad enough, but on stone? I presume the stone, you could say that the stone would end up actually being smooth because it had water running over it. So it wasn't too unrealistic. That time it didn't even jump. Any more gaps you're gonna throw at me? Phew. Confusion right now. Okay, so that's just a long, protracted entrance to Glyph 2. Yeah, they do this in Rebuild, don't they? Yeah. This is a thing. You have limited range of vision in Glyph 2 in Rebuild. Come on, do I have to shoot it? Oh. Yeah, I guess I have to shoot it. Okay, that one moved, that one was fine. Changed the graphics, that's interesting. I guess they made for the, instead of the upgrade to the energy ball glyph, it's the, cyclone, whatever Gali's glyph is, but I don't think it's that symbol as on her glyph. It's like a hurricane. Even though the hurricane glyph is, well, whatever. We'll see it when we see the glyph. I know that the hurricane glyph, I believe, is actually Lewa's glyph for his elemental power. Forgot what Gali's is. But unlike the alpha, the walls don't kill you. Here, let's go up and find that one that's up high, which is hard to do because I can't see anything. Fish keeps following me around. There should be a trail of energy pickups going to it. Seems this is the right way. Here, there we go. Energy pickup. Does this have a trail? Yes, it does. Okay. I know there is also a trail though that leads to the big chamber. So, where you actually get the glyph. So I can end up there. Yeah, this is the chamber where I actually get the glyph. There's an offshoot though to the energy pickup trail. It should go up to where you pick the fourth button. And the beta is actually right when you came out of the entrance, so it's easy to go at right from the beginning. I wonder why Lightstone thought it was a good idea to make limited visibility up here, in here. What was the motivation? It did seem like that Sapphire planned to do this at some point. That's the entrance. This is the way I came in? What is this? Energy. Well, it's probably, I'm like really low on energy, but there's probably energy like in the tunnel. Okay, found the tunnel. Dear. Can't get the energy pickup. There we go. You fish are blocking my view. Can I get rid of you? Let's try for the tunnel again. If I have to use the Ruru in here, that'd be really inconvenient. I have to use the Ruru until... It's like I have till I drown to use the Ruru or something, that's the idea. And I can't see in here. Well, I'll have to try that. That's the row. This is a dead end. Okay. Ah, if you crash underwater, you die. Ah, If you die underwater, you crash. That's what I meant to say. Phooey. Again. I have to hit all the buttons all over again. Probably. Probably doesn't say that I hit the buttons. Try to find that obscure tunnel. It's gonna go forward here. Maybe it isn't in rebuild, maybe they cut it out. Ah, found it. Okay. Okay. Seemed like it was already pushed, but I guess I had to push it more. Okay, that's the stressful part. When you don't have the vision. Now... Found a floor. That's good. What's this? Okay. Structures, yay. I didn't retain that, I pushed the buttons. Great. This one's the closed off one. You have to find the tunnel behind it. find that entrance. There it is. Do this all over again. Also, it appears to not save that I got these tokens. Push. Finally it pushed. Okay, now find the big building. It's out here somewhere. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Yep. Found the trail. Wait, I found the wrong end of the trail. Oh no. Well, I gotta go back this way then. Ah. Push. Does this do anything? Okay. Tsunami glyph. Yeah, but it has a different, it has that sort of spiral symbol to it. It doesn't have like a water drop symbol. So I don't know what the motivation was for changing the symbol. From wrong to also wrong. Oh, they gave us a label. Tarakarva Boxing Lizard. I presume the AIs for Tarakarvas don't work right still. Or I think Tarakarva is the same singular and plural. The tactic still is you stand up above them and you shoot down on them, and they can't get up to where you are, so then you win. Then ran away. I did not find the gear, but what I did find, I'm gonna try to return here. Which I believe is the disc, and that's it. We can find a Matoran who wants his disc. Dancing. Here we go. The cracks in the mask are creepy. Okay. This 36 tokens is enough. That was close. 2 out of 4. We got the messed up water here. Water's not supposed to go horizontal like that. That's a glitch. It's done. The silly thing about the RAW is that the Matoran tell you the RAW has been stolen, while the RAW is on Nokama's face. Just that little hip movement there. This is the alpha cutscene, because that if I were here to fight you, I would have defeated you by now. Is from the alpha. It's cut in the beta, I believe. Maybe Pohatu's the quickest level. For other reasons besides that you collect the Mask of Speed. Drain myself of all my health trying to kick those things. Okay. I caused a crash because there was something... The Rahi was spawning from the hive while it was being destroyed. Oh, great. Can't alt-tab out of this. What's the problem? Delete. There we go. Okay. That was a tough process pull. We'll try again. I took over my screen, so I had to do the thing where you use the keyboard to pull the process. To step back from the beta, in the beta, Pohatu's level never crashed. Now it crashed. So if you're in the crashes in Gali's level, it crashes every time you die in water, and Imwat, which is the area where you pick up the cow, still crashes a lot. Try the hive first, so you don't have to worry about crashing. Kick you. Kick you again. Keep kicking you. Kick was the prototype name for Pohatu. Fortunately, I can't kick the hives. I can only kick the Rahi individuals. And I can't get the kick set up right. I think they're gonna get like literally die to this thing, which is pathetic. Starting the hive first is the best decision. Where to go? Gives me a hint. There you are. Bat, where's its hive? Right up there. Okay, try to find the tokens. Some dereliction going on here and here. Or you could say it's Rahi damage, if you wanted to explain it that way. It's dark in here. Missing something. Use the color ball. Okay. The comet? I would mention this when playing Monog, but this is something like I recently kind of realized about Monog. If the Coley balls infected people like Matoran with the virus, then how did Takua carry around the infected Coley ball and not get the virus? So he's not the first one. So second or third one is on the bleachers. This guy's just a guard, I presume. It's true, it does land in the crossroads. That's all original dialogue by Lightstone. Oh, here's the next answer. Let's go to the bleachers. Presume this guy wants a disc. Okay. Throwing little things in there. Kapura's in here in the beta. Don't see him in here in Rebuilt though. Maybe they put Kapura in a different place. What's your name? He just happens to ask Akmu his name, but not the other dancers. Looks like flies are buzzing over Pohatu. So they're explaining the broken police stadium and broken huts. Yes, there's one right here. Not as absurd though. It's like fine to come out for yourself, right? But the RAW thing, that was kind of absurd because it's like they needed to be able to translate the tablet, but Nukama already had a RAW. I guess Nukama couldn't get there or something. Dog references. Urbanog references. Is that kind of like a Sneetches effect? So what you're implying is that the comets were actually no better than ordinary Koleballs. It was all a placebo effect. And all a style thing. It's not like you had to have this kind of Koleball because that was the in thing. And people just thought they were better because of that. So they're calling the shrine Pokini, okay. The hammer is indeed near Pokini. We'll get it. Although I don't think I talked to him in the village, but whatever. I tend to dislike these parts. Don't you dare try to pick up more ammo. Really need a lot of ammo because this goes on really long. Unfortunately. That door opens really slowly. Compared to what like I'd expect this game to do with it. Also, it's hard to hit the balls if you stand too far from the center of the bridge. So, if you go out to get ammo too far, you get into trouble. Still not ready. I don't have ammo, so I have to go for it anyway. Ugh. Okay. And we're at the crossroads. Of course, when you play Rebuilt, you don't have the area names, so you can't really refer to the name that the Torn gives it to the developer name. It's called X-Rod in the files for Crossroads. Little casual area here before we get to the Kane Raw part. Oh, the intro cutscene. Of Legends? Why is it the Great Bull of Legends? Can't it just be Great Bull? got killed by that, apparently. That will definitely kill me, because this thing is inescapable when it gets you. You cannot escape the Kanera. Well, I jinxed that. Oh, there's Kapura. So in Rebuilt, they moved Kapura from the Koli field to up here. Oh, they changed the dialogue. This is a very dangerous area. How did you get here past the Kanera without being hurt? By practicing my special ability. What's your special ability? By walking very slowly, I can travel great distances. I see. Now I can go in here and find that there's nothing in here. Also, get this health. Oh, phooey. That was dumb. That jump is always a sticky point. No. Yeah. No. Oh, I hate this. Just not have this problem. It doesn't happen every time. It just happens often. More than it not happening. There's a long stretch of sticking. And got it. This guy's dialogue now. Oh, hello, Pohatu. How did you get up here? I climbed up. Okay. But how did you even get in here? The entrance was sealed. I just said the password and the door opened. Did Onua not tell you about that? No, he did not. Well, you have a nice day. I need to keep moving. See you later, mighty Pohatu. I mean, yes, they invented the joke, but it just came natural from there just being a Matoran there. Because there was a Matoran there in the beta. It's like, what? We'll forever not know what the password actually is. Whoa. Something that's quite irritating in the beta. Because you can't control how long your jumps are. First thing you go through, you have to defeat these Rahi. Because that's a thing you should need to do. No ammo. Oh. Guess I'll have to kick it. And that's it. Yeah, that one is an easy one because it's almost maximal distance. If you put it just the farthest you could possibly jump, that makes it easier because you know exactly what to go for. If you make it so that it's like not all the way, not the longest possible jump, that makes it harder because now I don't know how far to jump. Like if you do that right there where I have to control it, that's just not okay. It wasn't that bad though. It usually takes me longer to get through there, so that was pretty quick. Relatively. It's like the hardest part of Pohatu's level is just that, those jumps you do with the Kakama on their way into the shrine. You... Yeah, they say Onua says kicking skills. I hope you're paying attention. Here we go. I don't think I'll win the first time because it'll slow me down when I pick up the hammer. Oh, I gotta get at least some energy pickups. Oh, yeah, jump. I didn't even do it right. I'm out of energy. It's not gonna work. Okay. Let's try again. Energy jump. So don't ledge grab. Oh, phooey. Dangerous game. Racing on something that we could fall to our deaths from. That's just a great idea. And then we'd be a cheater, and we shortcut using jumping, which a Husi rider can't do. We're out of energy, but we got the hammer. And proceed to lose the race. Go. Oops. Went her out and around. That wasn't good. Oh, phooey. Yeah. 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 And I ran out of energy. I can still win, though. Don't catch me. Don't catch me. Yes. Barely won. Pohatu does not play fair. So kicking stuff. At least the hive is gone, so it's progress. Now let's return the goods. There's no way to actually get up there and get those tokens. Those are, I don't know why when they made the beta they put them there. Those platforms were accessible in the alpha because those were exit points. They left them in the beta, but they didn't leave the doors that allow you to access them in place. Okay. Give me a massive health and energy cache, so I'll only be able to use for the boss. So you got the disc, the Koli ball, and the hammer. So there should be 3. Yep. Okay. I see the Matoran that needs some item or something. Well, first of all, he got your v.1.0.2 tree crystal back. Can't find the guy who needs the hammer. Oh well, it's not that big a deal. I don't want to hold up the show too long, so I'm just gonna go do the boss anyway. Somebody needs the hammer. I know it's in the beta, so they should have carried it over into Rebuild. Trying to find the entrance to Onua's hut now. There we go. Unless one of those two needed the hammer, but the hammer I think is the one I couldn't find when I was here before, in the village. At the beginning of the level, you know what I mean. Okay. Now for the boss. Unless 60 tokens is not enough to open the door, then I have to go back and get more tokens, but it appears that that's not the case. And I have to do this other room before the boss, because Pohatu's level just kind of stalls you a little bit here at the end. It's not like all of the other levels where you almost immediately go into the boss. I mean, Lewa's level has and Kopaka's levels also have rooms, but they're not nearly as long as this room in Pohatu's level. Your hive there. It's too complicated. Okay, now I can get you. No, that's because I have too high a mouse DPI. Ha! Cheesed it. That was a complete accident. I didn't know you could do that. Calling this the Vatuka Nui. Okay. Now, I'm wondering, can I extend myself by using the glyph like in the alpha here? No, because the glyph does something totally different than it does in the alpha. Okay. It's completely useless. Oh, I lost a bunch of health already. No ammo. Oh, that was a waste of an opportunity. Is there ammo in these caves? Ammo up there? There's literally no ammo in the boss area. Boss is not beatable now. If there's no ammo, I literally cannot beat the boss. Might as well sit here and just get killed. It's kind of a problem. It's not very good game design. We could say it's bad game design as opposed to a bug, but it's almost a bug. Oh, they fixed the camera angle. In the original beta, you would it would shoot up. Oh, that's just because you would end up in the pit when you. Okay. You could make it so that you were looking up at Onua's feet. Don't know if it'll crash if you fall all the way through. I won't test that. I will just make sure I do it right. It's too risky. I'll jump across. Now, we're gonna go through this cutscene, and then I'm gonna try to go through the first area of Kopaka's level. I'm afraid if I quit the game while in the first area of Kopaka's level, it might make me do the boss again. So I'll go to the village of Kopaka's level, then I'll end the recording session. Well, I'll make that another segment or not, I haven't decided whether I'm going to splice together into one big long video or give multiple segments. But the session of my recording will end once I manage to get into Kokoro. So Pohatu's level, it only crashed in the village when I destroyed a hive in the village. Other than that, it didn't crash. And you still have that whole sticking to the ceiling in the second Kanera riding area thing. And there's no ammo in the boss. That waist articulation. token I need to get first. I'll destroy the hive as well. And this guy I'll just melee attack. Ding. Get the hive. Ding. And then... This is a thing in the beta, and they haven't fixed it in Rebuild, where it's like, you have this token that's in this stupid corner place you can't get out of. So you have to just kind of... That's the end for you, basically. I got the token. Once you get a token, you got it. Doesn't matter if you die right afterwards. Okay. Okay. Well, it's saved that I opened the door, so all is well. I think we're in the village. I'm hoping it saves that we're in the village. To get the impossible token, hold on. My Kakama seem to be not working. My Kakama seems crippled and... See, it's not actually doing a Kakama jump, it's doing a normal jump. Oh. Because it's not the Kakama, it's the Pakari, even though it looks like the Kakama's on my face. Okay. See, it's not literally impossible, I just nicknamed it that. Whatever, I can't hang this up, I'm saving the village now. Oh, well, crash. Okay. Crashes give me a good stopping spot. So, the video may or may not be ending here, but my session is ending here. Yeah. And pick it up with the next section. I'm finished 3 out of 7 levels. However, the 7th level is much shorter and quicker than the previous 6. The 6 main levels. However, the back half of the main levels, the last 3, are more difficult than the first 3. I say more difficult, but not necessarily more time-consuming, because Gali's level is one of the first 3. But I managed to get through one of the most stressful parts of the 4th level, which is the opening. So I'm about halfway through. Cool, and that's about 3 hours. Hopefully this whole gameplay will only take 6 hours. Same game, same YouTube video, different day. I just ate, so I have a little bit of food left in my throat, as you can hear. Yesterday I had a somewhat intense, episode, task I had to do on my day job. And so I slept basically none last night. So I might be a little bit, I don't know what you would call it, simpled out. Low on filter, dog tired. There are various names. So last I left off, I was in the village, but this game doesn't save like how many tokens you've gotten, like in the area you're currently in. So I have to re-get all the tokens that I did get previously in the village. I think last time I crashed in the village, destroying something. So let's see if I can somehow pull off not crashing this time. Oh, this is why I decided to put the Takara pit. Okay, in the alpha it's actually a different spot, but I guess there wasn't enough room there in the beta version. So yeah, you can see here that in all of the other villages, this is a beta version of the Kokoro, essentially. There are some dwellings, or like little huts that the Tahunga, or the Matoran, quote-unquote, would live in. Like, you know, for example, in Gametru, those like leafy huts. Pometru and Anu, why am I saying Metru? Pokoro and Anukoro, there are these stone huts. Takoro is a little bit of a kind of a weird exception because there isn't as many like rooms defined as huts so much. But there's like these huts there's like these structures that the Matoran made. In Kokoro here you see no structures. And I guess Sapphire decided it was okay to have no structures in just one of the villages. There were structures in the alpha, it's just that in the beta they decided they didn't need them anymore. And that's some Bionicle fans, including me, suspect that might be, the alpha model might be the origin of those huts in Minog, and then they made the beta inconsistent with Minog by changing it. It's like, where do the Matoran live? Well, the Matoran don't really need a place to live. They don't die of exposure like humans do. But they set the precedent of needing a place to live by the design of the other villages. So where do they live? Where do they come out from? When they come out after I go talk to Nuju here. Guess I'll go talk to Nuju. I'm making sure I'm careful to grab every token. Well, first of all, I need like need to be able to get out of the village, but Kowahi is a place where on a previous playthrough I've had to go around again. What I mean by that is, once I got to the boss door, I didn't have enough tokens to open it, and I had to go back to the village and go through the areas between the village and the shrine and collect enough tokens to get into the boss. Yeah, Nuju is uncharacteristically talkative and speaks Matoran. This game. Because Sapphire didn't get the memo that in the lore, it crashed. Wow, exiting Nuju's hut crashes. Okay. He wouldn't. So, I guess I have to restart the game. OBS still doesn't capture the opening cutscene, so you see, like, you hear the audio, like, at low level of the opening cutscenes, so just, like, at least the first couple half seconds a second of them, but don't actually see any video being recorded. So I'll tab to OBS and make sure. Okay. I'm used to the alpha where it wouldn't necessarily hook when you launch the game. So I wouldn't do anything until I managed to get the game to hook. Anyway, managed to get the game to hook. The beta hooks pretty well though. Oh no. Lom Let's Player's worst nightmare. Corrupted save file. Let's try again. Last time this happened, it worked the third time. Crash. Oh. Oh, that was close. Okay. Now learn the. So this guy got a quest. Oh, I don't know if you can actually complete this in Rebuilt. You couldn't do it in the alpha or the beta. Now, is this the first guy? He's not the first guy. This guy makes comments, right? I know what the lore relevance of him not being able to sleep at night is. Kopaka stone. No, I don't think that shows up anywhere. Oh, they're referring to the Toa stones that v.1.0.2 uses to tell the story. Yeah, okay. So that's the stones Takua found in Quest for the Toa, which, well, he should have found them already because he found them before the Toa arrived distinctly. It's lost again. It's not recorded in any other media. He's not the first guy either. Is there a torrent that's not rendering? After. It's either Lewa or the ice elemental, but the ice elemental wouldn't go near the village, would it? There's the first person. Oh, well, actually, that's the second person who lost something. Same guy. Oh, here we go. Well, let's talk to the tree keeper first. It has happened. I could take a fruit or three. Trying to be like Greg, are you? Here we go. Oh, they changed the dialogue depending on the order. Okay. Good luck with that. This guy lose. Oh, it's the ice skates. Okay. This is where they play the Howie snowball sling. Oh, that's Matoro. Okay, let's talk to the other guys that know the Takara, or parts of it. Each of them could just teach me the whole thing, but they have to defer to someone who only knows the first part to teach me the first part. This guy's black and white, which is consistent with Minogue. Where's the other Dancy boy? Oh, that's new lore. Yeah, I wouldn't remember something I did once every 10 years either. Talk to Matoro first. Make me do every little step. Okay, I'll talk to Matoro. And this seems oddly not in proportion. Maybe it is. Okay. Okay, it's one of the first Takara. That's the first Takara to have some hip action in it.
So it is. Battle with light mouse, tank the metal, arrow, middle straight, single medium, asphalt, metal, ungrounded. Asphalt, metal, ungrounded.
Okay, there's going to be an awkward pause in the game as I take a break to go pee. Here we go again. So after all those comments about, in the alpha playthrough about what I think might be contributing to what makes for a story that people tend to like, it would seem kind of natural to follow up with, okay, what made Bionicle a story that people tended to like? And Grapple Point. Oh yeah, because this is the crossroads. Okay. And it's not really an easy question. I mean, this is a 2001 game, and as far as 2001 is concerned, I could say it didn't really have very much of a story at all. So I described, you know, earlier in this video, the whole right structure, where the Toa would have to do it. Artaka would hide. Well, of course, you wouldn't know Artaka hid them at the time. It would just be there just happens to be these masks hidden around the island like MacGuffins. The bats freeze and wait for me to pick up the ice skates before they attack me again. Then they go right at me. And because I don't have the debug menu in this, I can't check if this is indeed MAS 1. Have this like right structure where you have to get the mask of water breathing. You have to swim. You might have to get through this place where there's a bunch of protodytes that like sting you to get the mask of shielding. You might have to, the mask of levitation might be up in a tree. And these stories, there's like a collection of them in Tale of the Toa by C.A. Hapka. But that wasn't published until 2003. And there is, I think, it's been a while since I've read the comics for 2001, and I did not really remember them that well. There is like a little montage in the comics of the mask quests, and I think there is a mention of Lewa looking down into a lake where he has to swim down in there to get a mask. But there isn't a whole, but that was only like a couple panels in a comic. So the whole mask finding quest in the actual recorded story that's yet available to you in 2001, there really wasn't much there. They didn't really make a whole lot of a story out of it. And this game wasn't released, of course, so it doesn't count. And its depiction of the mask finding quest is, although it does have the right structure, is kind of, well, wrong. Because depicts each Toa finding only 2 masks instead of 6, and the masks they do collect include the noble mask, which is incorrect. So this whole story of this mask quest isn't really told at all. It seemed like just a promotional thing designed to help sell mask packs or integrate the mask packs into some sort of crude lore of some sort. And I don't want to fight those things. Ammo is a premium in Kopaka's level, so I want to shoot as little as possible. So it really wasn't told. So you had a couple comics. You had you had a few comics, and then this game didn't come out. The novel, and this isn't really story content anyway, the novel didn't come out until 2003. So all that you're left with is the comics and Monog, which told the story of the Matoran. So you had this kind of well-developed story of the Matoran, and not very much story of the Toa. And nothing really to really engage you into the story of the Toa and actually fall for Bionicle for its story, really. So Monog seems like a lot of what the only thing that Bionicle 2001 had, which I guess is what makes it such a legendary game, but also like Messo's comment of what made the 2001 story better than the 2015 story, because 2001 had Monog? Is that it? Is that all? Right. So, did 2001 get very popular because of its story and its world and its lore? Well, I don't know. I mean, some would make the claim, but I have no science to back this up. I have no data. I have no survey results. But I would, based on my intuition, guess I would, like the best I could think, BIONICLE was popular on release because the children were attracted to the sets on the store shelves. And the parents as well, because they bought them for them. That's it. Like, the sets pulled their own weight. So, what about the sets gave them such, like, just good, like, shelf attractiveness? Well, it may just simply be the art style of the packaging. Like, it might be just the whole canister. There was been like there was also a Toa Lime rant about that. Yes, Toa Lime is kind of a meme now, or pretty much kind of always was, but where he said that BIONICLE 2005 didn't sell well because it wasn't sold in canisters. And I didn't actually watch more than the first sentence of this because I got interrupted by something. I didn't watch all of Toa Lime's video. But I don't know what his argument was, although I think Toa Lime was kind of an absurdist person, so it's probably something really, like, not very believable. There's no way to make that one. By Rebuilt, they didn't bother to trim out those tokens you can't get. But it would make sense that that canister was very effective in attracting the kids to think that this is a cool toy. So when I was a kid, like, the canister, like the shape of the packaging oftentimes did help me buy a particular toy or select a particular toy as a reward as opposed to a different one. So I didn't really buy toys when I was a kid, I didn't have an allowance. Yeah, my kindergarten teacher actually had Toa Mata sets in the classroom. I wasn't really in with the core group of kids enough to actually get to play with them, but that was something I noticed. Whereas, like, the 2005, 2006, 2015, 2016 figures, you could argue that kids, like, weren't as interested in physical action figures in that era, with the advent of, what was the advent of video games, but with, you know, the increased popularity of video games and smartphones. See if this was updated in the beta last I played. Let's see if it's updated in Rebuilt. It doesn't look like it, actually. Grapple up there. But the packaging just didn't really... Just purely the packaging didn't seem to have as much attractiveness and the art style as, like, the 2001 packaging and art style. That seems like a very simplistic view of this whole thing, but... Oh yeah, it has been updated, okay. That's just kind of my guess, based on my intuition about things. Of course, the prices were higher. Now, there has been inflation, so that's expected. But, the prices, as far as I understand, from 2001 to 2015, inflation was about 3% a year. So 1.03 times to the 15th or 16th power does not make up the is not a factor of 2 or more. The Gen 2 sets were $15 and $20 sets, whereas the Gen 1 sets were $7 sets. That's a big difference, and a big difference in accessibility of the sets to children. And lastly, of course, I rant about this far too often, but the design language of the sets themselves. Yes, the 2001 sets did not have articulated limbs. They were very kind of awkward looking. And, like, if you're trying to go off of what you would think would be objective criteria for evaluating toys, they wouldn't really fly very well because their articulation is kind of bound up with their, kind of died on purpose to grab tokens I didn't get the first time. Bound up with their gear functions, and it's just not very intuitive. But there is just something about the whole, like, seeming creativity and care put into the design of each individual part. And the, like, mood of the design of a figure that's unlike anything else in any of the toy industry. How it was just so different. How it made, like, models of people that were tried to be like, you know, people, look so immature in comparison. Where this was actually, like, true creativity. And so, what do you call it, mystical? Some word you would use that I can't think of right now. Thing about the design language of the sets that was just like unlike anything you would have ever seen. Now, in the Gen 2 sets didn't have that because they use CCBS and the smooth shells, each shell being like the other shells but with a slightly different length or size. And that smoothness gave greater resemblance to human-like imitation figures. In fact, CCBS was used to try to make human-like figures in the like Star Wars like sets, whatever you would call those, ultra builds, the superhero ultra builds, and those are extremely unpopular because making human-like figures and stuff that's not quite human-like doesn't work. But anyway, or really sell that well. People aren't really into it mainstream. But LEGO certainly thought they could make human-like figures with CCBS. And so when you look at CCBS, likewise your brain kind of makes you think of like an attempt to make a human-like figure. I wouldn't say it's the uncanny valley exactly, but it makes it so it loses the mystique of what the original BIONICLE sets had. Even if these sets had more friction in their gear function so they did not conflict with opposing as much. Even if these sets had more points of articulation. Even if it was easier to mock with the parts in these sets. Because they didn't have that whimsical design to them and that mood or atmosphere to their design, they just didn't hold up as well on the shelf as something that would sell, as well as their additional price. And of course, yeah, a lot of people like to blame the lack of marketing. I tend to not, actually. There was no GBA game for BIONICLE 2015. There was no advertised PC game for BIONICLE 2015. I mean, I know the game wasn't released, but the advertising for it must have built something up. There was no online game like the Nog. I don't recall there ever even being comics. I know there were novels, but, like, how well do the novels appeal to, like, the young audience this is supposed to appeal to? Especially, like, nowadays. So, anyway. But I got kind of distracted with Gen 2. BIONICLE 2001 didn't have much of a story. Didn't have much of a complicated lore. Didn't have much of anything. So what made it a good story? I say nothing. It wasn't really that good a story. What got kids into it was the sets. That's what I would presume. That's what I would guess. It was actually the sets. that made it popular. And the design of the sets. I have to use ammo for this because I can't get the melee to work. Really? And it was not the story at all. BIONICLE's story didn't really develop into something really complicated until 2004. And complicated does not equate to good, yes. But it didn't really get good until 2004. It was very simple and yin-yang and defeat the bad guy, one big bad hammy villain kind of thing, up until 2004. And 2004 still had the hammy villain. It's just that it actually built up a world with politics in it, and multiple locations and odd relationships between those locations, which the reasoning behind that would be revealed in 2008. Almost. I mean, would you like to be able to imagine yourself as something that kind of looks like a robot but apparently isn't exactly a robot? That could be something that can be debated in walls of text on BZ Power, right? Because the Toa had organic-like muscle tissue, but what was their mind? What was their brain? Was it digital? Or was it neuromorphic like a human's brain? And if it was digital, I would say that it's actually a perfectly valid thing to say that the Matoran universe inhabitants were robots. Because the seat of their soul was a computer. But the BIONICLE world never really explains that. Okay, hopefully I'll do this faster than I did in the beta. The first button first, of course. Let's just get up here. We have to kind of mess up the puzzle. Okay, let's try to think this through. So that one collapsed in. We need to actually get up to the next one. I didn't go up far enough, is what it looks like. I have to actually ledge grab onto the next platform. There we go. Then we go to this one, I believe. So this is part of the challenge of this. You gotta get the right angle to be able to grab the block. There we go, grab the block. That's why it's the vision challenge that allows you to unlock the mask of X-ray vision. Because you're seeing around things first. And then once you've mastered seeing around things, then it gives you a mask that gives you the power to see through things, right? It's the right structure. It's the right idea. You earn it. That jump is doable. And that's how you do this puzzle, I believe. Kind of hard. So shaky. Okay. It's this one. Yeah, and generally the kind of the general idea is you don't try to ledge grab onto the white ones, you try to ledge grab onto the dark ones. Sometimes it doesn't work though. Oh! I guess I'll try it without the Kakama. I believe it doesn't work without the Kakama, though. Well, I mean, that's not what I meant. Still, you gotta use the appropriate mask for the job here. And if you hit it on this button, which is the other button you can see, it'll pull out this one, which looks like you think you can jump to it, but you can't. It's too... that jump really doesn't work. You jump to this one. Yeah, and then you have to get over there, which... Yeah, I'll try without the Kakama. I believe you absolutely need the Kakama, though. Oh, I guess without the Kakama works. Okay, sweet. Now I can move it to the last button. It's a white platform. Let's try this button, just in case. That unlocks neither. Okay. The button I had, this button. That looks correct. They decided to incorporate that as a place to pick up the pickup. Oh, this is a troll thing, I think. I mean, there you go. Okay. Now you put the block up here, which is supposed to open that door over there. But you can see the door isn't even closed because it's broken, and the beaver house, instead of trying to fix it, they just decide to make it so that doesn't... The door just doesn't exist. The button's supposed to be closed, the button's supposed to open it, but they just made it so that the door doesn't exist because they couldn't get that to work, essentially. So you go through a non-existent door, grab the Akaku, this button is supposed to open a door out, which is already permanently open though, because in the beta when they got it, it didn't work. In the alpha, I believe it did work, but the whole area didn't work in the alpha because the goodness, I'm forgetting the name of the mask of telekinesis. Whatever. Mask of telekinesis didn't work. This is the infamous super fast area, which the Beaver House decided to make slightly less fast, but still fast. Wow, that was a lot better than my beta run. But, gotta survive this last gap. I didn't get any of the tokens in there. There are tokens in there, I missed all of them. Okay. Well, my beta playthrough, that took a lot longer, that's for sure. It's easy to get lost in here. So, that's the way it looks when you go back the way you came, so I don't want to go that way. I want it to look like that. Also, the boss is right across from the way I came, right? Is it the boss? No. Then which way is the boss then? That's what I go left. That's what I do. That's what I do know. Yes, and like other boss battles in the beta, this glyph that allows you to control ice powers will not be used in the boss at all. I hate this. I guess I gotta do it. For the ammo to respawn. I want to start this with a full 250 of ammo. Okay. Hit the button. Not open enough for me to risk it yet. I think it's good enough. Yeah. It's pretty time consuming and not particularly fun. Gonna try to cheese this, as usual. Cheese it. Ah. It works if you hit it just right. It's much easier in the alpha, of course. I have to aim a little bit more to the left, because I'm kind of hitting that pillar right in the middle there. Too far left. A little bit of failure in the anti-aliasing going on there down that door. At the end. There we go. Cheesed. Pretty thick glyph. I'm probably gonna die doing this. This is gonna be so futile. Yep. Okay, now try to get those tokens. Don't remember exactly how many tokens is required in the beta, but it might be actually 70. So, yes, I'm playing Rebuild, not the beta, but you know, I don't really consider the Rebuild like not the beta in my brain. It's just so close to the beta, I consider it the beta. They're like one and the same. Destroy you now, don't I? Ah! Not enough wind up. Ah, phooey. Ah. Phew. Kind of an interesting thought. Notice it's easier to jump down than up. So some of the platforms get destroyed, but then when you go back down, you don't need them. Oh, where am I? I get the idea here. I didn't get to demonstrate that though because I didn't go down right. Okay, you can go right through here, but left is still easier for me. In general. Oops. And I go to that platform, actually. Do like we did up top and go comma. Perfect. Here's a path area. Still in range. I have to kill them now because they're all shooting at me. Die. That was really lame. You know what? I'm gonna do it how I like to do it. I'm gonna just run through and not fight. Yeah, that's the best way to do that part. Okay. This was at the beginning of the level in the alpha and was shorter. There's still no way to get the element of melting. And out into the shrine. Sweet. Looking for the teleportation portal back to the village. Will it crash? Because it crashed last time. Didn't crash. Good. Okay. That's the guy who wants the element of melting, but I couldn't get it. So I lied to him. I'm not actually gonna get it. So Dancy boy. Quest guy. These will be much needed in the boss fight. That being said, this is like the one of the boss fights, although Lewa's and Tahu's also have this, but it's the most pronounced in Kopaka's boss fight. A way to die instead of your health being whittled down. Onua's, Pohatu's, and Gali's passes. The only way to die in the boss is if the boss whittles your health down. Whereas in Kopaka's boss, you can fall off and you can die all at once. Doesn't matter how big your health cache is. You one mistake and you're done. Some mistakes you will lose some of your health. Other mistakes you will lose all of it. So, go to the boss now. Hopefully 71 tokens is enough tokens. It is. Still not as bad as in the alpha where the walls do not break. It makes this a lot worse. But even in the alpha, you actually want to go far, nope. Okay, you don't want to go far left. You probably want to shoot for the middle. Okay, I'm going to go for the middle one. There we go. Ramp for no reason. I mean, usually they would put tokens at the top of a jump off the ramp, but there's no point grabbing tokens because you're already through all the token doors. I never landed the first try. It's never been done for me. Call it the Bata Bata Nui. Sweet. Maybe fixed. In the beta, there's a tendency for the third opportunity to strike. Whoops. It doesn't register. Oh, you have to go from the other angle. Okay. Well, that's... So I remember on the third go around, jump to the other platform. And that's it. At least on Lewa's voice there, it seemed like that was the alpha cutscene. Okay, I'm going to go into the second area of Lewa's level because oftentimes because I'm afraid that if I exit the game in the first area, it'll respawn me when I reload into Kopaka's boss, and I don't want to do it again. So I'm going to go to this area. And then I'm just going to quit out of the game and then pick this up on another session. So, quit. And then my save, it should be Lewa on the save file. Let me check that. Yep, good. And then, oops. There's a mistake. Okay, and then I'll pick it up in like a second, essentially, in your time. Same game, third recording session. Probably same video. No, hitting... what happened last recording, or just immediately previously, was I hit escape while on that menu, hoping that it would bring me back to the previous menu. It didn't work. How you go back to the previous menu is you hit right-click, just for reference. Who do you hear it from, though? Oh, I always wondered that. Again, not sure if this is his alpha voice or his beta voice for Lewa, but, like, my first instinct is, oh, that's the alpha voice. And I like the alpha voice better, so I would like that if that's the case. Not 100% sure, though. Oh, it's literally true, except for the Makuta came after him. The Makuta came with him. So let's go through this whole thing. So, start with this game specifically. Does this game carry out any sort of inefficient communication? That is, does it teach you a lesson that's very valuable, and does so in a way that could not be done if not done in a story medium. Being a story medium enhances the lesson it teaches you. No, I don't really think you would learn anything from this game, honestly. But if you have like some ideas about what you could theoretically take away, then you can write them in the comments or something. Man, this is hard to hit. Next, empathy. Do you feel like you're going through, like you're feeling a certain way, or you have certain thoughts, and either the rest of the world you don't really seem to find somebody else who like makes you feel like you're not alone because they feel like you do in the world, or just the world is too afraid to express it clearly. But in this story, some author conveys to you the same ideas that they're feeling. No, not really. I don't think like Lewa is feeling a certain way that, I really want the author of this game, I feel like whoever wrote this game by writing the character of Lewa has come alongside me and made me feel like I'm not alone in feeling that way. Honestly. So, puzzles. Does this game have like some mystery to its story? Where you can challenge yourself on guessing what's going to happen at the end or what the answers to the mysteries are, and then the game reveals if you're correct or not, and you can feel like, I got her, oh, that's clever. Mystery genre stuff. Well, you would think. The game makes it sort of unclear how it's going to end, right? The Toa are approaching the fight with the Makuta, and we don't know how that fight's going to look like, or how it's going to go, or how all the previous mechanics are going to play into it. Fortunately, the ending that you get is pretty disappointing. It's just these timed platforming challenges with cutscenes. In the alpha, we could say that they plan to do something somewhat more sophisticated or entertaining for the final boss, but when we got to the beta, there are cutscenes in the beta the beta files that suggest that they scrapped the whole idea. They're just going to go for the platforming challenges for the ending, and that would be all. There's also some mystery as to what's going to be in the next area. Every time you pass through a dark door, you have this kind of apprehension as to like what's next, right? It's like new challenges await you, and new bosses await you, and new environments await you. You know it's going to correspond to the 6 Toa for which they were set, but as you go through, there's still like new types of platforming challenges, new styles, new background music, and new boss mechanics. So there's some mystery to this game, and what makes it feel like somewhat of gives it kind of that adventure feeling. You're going on kind of a hike. You're going on a little adventure trek through the wilderness, just kind of through this mysterious environment that is the island of Matanui. Glory. Yay, all the way back down. Is there some sort of hero aspect to this? Well, not really in this game. Like, you don't really daydream about what you could do if you could platform like Lewa, or you could grapple hook like Lewa, or you could shoot Rahi like Lewa, or use use massive power like Lewa uses in the game. So much so. Now, the story of BIONICLE as a whole, a little bit more so, but this platforming game like The Legend of Matanui, not so much. It's like saying, like, you get some sort of glory reward out of playing Mario. Like, wow, I just wish, what if I could jump like Mario? No, that's not something I think people really think about. How about the world? Yes, this is an adventure game, and it builds up this mysterious set of environments that you don't really encounter on Earth, mostly because the Earth doesn't have so many caves in it. So, yes. You're going on an adventure like you couldn't actually go in the world you live. Although, there are some pretty good adventures you can go on in the world you live. You have this place where the trees make a platforming sequence, kind of like, you know, how you have those dreams at night of kind of those environments where you have something that looks kind of like stairs, but it's not stairs, but you can climb it like stairs. Like, weird traverses of buildings and environments show up in my dreams when I was a kid a lot. And we'll talk about BIONICLE as a whole a little bit, but so yeah, there is a world in this game, and you are exploring it, and it is more interesting than your real life world, in ways. Is there like a charismatic character that you really want to know how they're going to respond to certain situations that they can encounter? Right? You're exploring like a really interesting character concept. I would say no, not really. The actions taken by the characters is determined more like by the puzzles that the developers set forth. It's motivated more by the puzzle nature of the game than the actual personalities of the characters going through that puzzle. There are a few cutscenes here and there, like, say, Lewa choosing to use the Komao as opposed to the Miru and stuff, where there's like these little bits of, and these interactions between the Tahu between the levels, might be these like kind of little bits of personality. Kind of stuck here. I can't really get onto the platform. There's not enough space on this really thin wedge. I guess I'm just gonna give it up. But not really that much. Not really much development of characters. And can we apply? We can try to apply like the Doki Doki Literature Club, that line from one of the side stories of DDLC. Do we wish we could be friends with the characters in this game? And no, not really. It's not like I don't have a friend like Lewa and really wish I had. So, really wish I had one. I mean, it's just this kind of character I control with my keyboard. That's mostly the purpose he serves. Okay, and in fact, like, to the achievement theory of games, does this game make you struggle enough that once you overcome an obstacle in this game, you feel like you've accomplished something? The answer is, for the most part, yes. This game has good struggle in it. There are plenty of kind of frustrating obstacles in it. And stuff that'll take some time for you to figure out how to get through. So yes, indeed. It's like this part, for example. And just purely for that reason, is the game good? What's the biggest generalization possible? If something is good or not. But I would say, yes. And that pretty much sums it up. But is it much of a story? No. We can go through the whole thing with BIONICLE as a whole. Does BIONICLE teach you a lesson? Like, does it teach something that when you read it, you go, yeah, the world needs to hear this? I would say just kind of my impression of BIONICLE, although I don't have a lot of details. Not really. I didn't really see any takeaways in it, personally. Do the characters in BIONICLE feel like they're going through something? It's like what you're going through, and the author, Greg Forstey, makes you feel like you're not alone in what you're going through by writing characters that are also going through the same thing. No, really, us in Earth don't really go through anything like what the characters of BIONICLE go through. The characters of BIONICLE don't have things like day jobs. Actually, they do. They don't struggle with, they don't like have the feelings of like, about their day jobs like we do, like imposter syndrome or like it's dead end, or it's like you can't imagine doing this for the rest of your life, day in, day out. You're wondering for something more. The characters in the BIONICLE universe they aren't really like that. They tend to be satisfied in their roles, and I guess there's some plot relevancy to that. There's kind of a reason why, right? They were designed to take care of the Motunui robot, and so they were specifically designed to be satisfied with their roles. I should call it satisfaction slavery. Yeah, they worked in things like they had these jobs in the Great Furnace, and there were students and they were teachers. But anyway, so the first comment I said where the BIONICLE characters didn't really have day jobs like we do is completely and utterly false. They actually often are described like they have day jobs, but they're not. They fall right into their niches really well, unlike some of us which don't. They don't have like personal attraction kind of feelings in romance like we do. Their life cycles are much different than ours. And that makes the story good in other ways, but you don't really feel like they represent you, and the writing of the BIONICLE story doesn't make you feel like someone's feeling what you're feeling. Right? Puzzles. Now, BIONICLE didn't really present itself at first as a mystery genre. It just seemed to, at years like 2001 to 2007, just seemed to make up stuff as they go along. They would invent a new environment for the characters to be in, be sort of like a primitive setting, an urban setting, a whatever 2006 was, an underwater, like, tough to survive in an environment setting, and they just kind of, whatever they thought would be cool for next year. That being said, in the end, it turned out to be one big honkin' you can't beat stage 1, and a massive overarching mystery reveal at the end. And some people were able to predict that the Motunui was this giant robot inside which the southern continent and Metru Nui existed, Metru Nui being inside the head. And some people did not. And those who did felt like, wow, I guessed it. And the ones who didn't were like, whoa, what? But generally isn't really that much of a mystery genre. It's just that it happened to have that one big honkin' famous mystery. I accidentally jumped a second time. Wasn't a bad jump though. Maybe, yes, it was a bad jump because it missed. Glory. Oh, don't you wish you could defeat overwhelming forces using control of elements? Oh, yes, you do. Throw fireballs? Oh, yes, you do. It's kind of why Ninjago sort of worked so much. It's like humans with the elemental powers. It's like a little closer to home, isn't it? But yeah, you would sure like to have powers like the Toa, but the Toa are pretty distant, right? Making the world feel very distant. If you make a theme where you take people and use them elemental powers, whoa, would that sell like hotcakes? And whoa, did it do? Anyway, I'm kind of bad with articulating this idea, so what approach I guess I would take is the characters in the BIONICLE universe, the inhabitants of the Matoran universe, the Toa and the Matoran, according to something I've read some time ago, like on BZ Power or something, back when I used to read BZ Power, maybe Greg Farsty, maybe somebody else said that a Toa could lift about 1 ton. Now, how does that compare to the strongest humans on Earth? Well, it's really hard to decide because I just use the word lift, which is very vague. What does they mean by a lift? Do you mean hoist over your head like Tapu hoist a stone over his head on the road to the Kini Nui and Manaug? Or just like deadlift? Well, even if you were to deadlift about 1 ton, you would be able to deadlift twice as much as the strongest men in the world can lift when they are well peaked for the lift. They wouldn't be able to do it any random day. If it's hoisting a awkward object over their head that's 1 ton, that's maybe like 2.5 times as strong as the strongest humans that have existed. That's incredibly strong. They aren't often depicted in the story as needing to eat. Now, if you're a big Bionicle nerd, you would go, oh well, the inhabitants of the Matoran universe ate. They just never used their mouths to eat, though they technically could do that. They just absorbed the life force of what they were eating, quote unquote, through their hands. It was like, because eating with your mouth was considered disgusting, right? You had to like get rid of the food out the other end. And I was like, well, digesting something in your hand isn't any less gross. Anyway, but they're never depicted as doing that in the story. It's just kind of glossed over. It's like they just always do it off screen, so you never read about it. And there is a little bit of a record of Matoran universe inhabitants sleeping. For example, Vekama, seems to be waking up from a nap, or is a night of sleep, at the beginning of the illusion he goes through in Time Trap. Jowler wakes him up specifically. But it's not depicted very often. Like, aside from that one scene in Time Trap, it would appear as if the Toa never slept. And wow, it would be nice to not need to eat. I mean, you just never got hungry. And it would be nice if you never had to sleep. I mean, some people are like, well, if I never had to sleep, then my working hours would just be twice as long. I would say yes, but there's still a benefit because you would never feel like you needed to sleep. And not having to feel like you need to sleep is like worth maybe having to work for twice as many hours. The workday feels long because you need to sleep when you're not working. Okay. You get drowsy, you get tired. The lifespans of the Matoran universe inhabitants I believe this is actually not inserted in Rebuild, this was in the beta too. I don't know if there actually is one of those. Characters also have these extremely long lifespans. Most of them existed for 100,000 years because that was how long it took. That's how long the Machinui robot's voyage was. And that's just the inhabitants of the Matoran universe. The inhabitants of Spherus Magna, well, Akar was in his prime during the Core War, and then he was a little past his prime when Machinui came back. So in 100,000 years, he went from somebody who would be, say, in his mid to late 20s, which I guess would be about maybe early 30s, when your warriorship would be the best as a person, to someone who would be maybe in his late 40s, where you're about to hit 50, where you're really not fit to fight anymore. Yeah, basically, he says that, but it basically means you gotta talk to someone else first. Now, I don't know if we necessarily want to live super long. However, you would be much more better, like, accepting of your death should you had more time to live. You can practice the part you don't remember. The quest guy. Well, I couldn't find the third dancer, but let's see if the dancer we talked to earlier is the second one. He's behind the token door. I doubt it, but maybe. So when I go to my whole glory category, it's like, are the Bionicle characters in some ideal like that you wish you could be? Yes. In kind of a strange way, though. Not very straightforward. You're my favorite, Tella. Because you're also green, more so than what you're doing for him. Okay. Couldn't find the third dancer. Huh. Oh, this stuff's really hard to get. I'll try to get it anyway. Is this it? So this is the... Next thing we would say is, how about Bionicle as a whole as a character? And I would say, no, Bionicle wasn't really a very likable character-based story either. A lot of characters didn't have very much consistency from iteration to iteration. A lot of them kind of acted the same. Like, what's the difference between Nuju and Kopaka? What's the big difference between Lewa and Matau? There's a small difference. Matau is more like, I don't know, cynical. He's more of a negative person. Lewa is just kind of like a little bit more casual, right? You could say that Nuju was a little bit meaner than Kopaka, even though Kopaka was mean already. Now, Onua and Pohatu definitely can be told apart because Pohatu was like the nice guy and Onua was like the mean guy. But what's the difference between Winua's personality and Onua's? What about Nokama and Gali? Veikama and Tahu are obviously different, but they were like the main characters because they're red. So, it's easy to make them different. Where's the dancer? he up there? Oh, this is a nothing burger. Wow, death. This is stumping me. It's not another torrent hanging out in Matau's hut. Did Matau give you a hint? Without shoving an axe right through him? No, it's slow. I couldn't find I couldn't find the third dancer. Made them all hard to find. There you are. Yeah, the most, I guess, character who you look the most forward to seeing how they would respond to different situations. And you're most looking forward to them appearing the most would be Pterodax. I guess Pterodax is the good character of Bionicle, if you were to find one. Even though it's a very simple concept, just somebody who is very proud, very arrogant, but really had a good basis for his arrogance. And was extremely crafty. And kind of had hammy dialogue that was entertaining. Now get to the bottom of the pit. And I'll begin in just a moment. Okay, Kongu. Yeah, what is different between Kongu's personality and Lewa's? What about Hyuki's and Lewa's? I mean, Hyuki's and Pohatu's. What about Hyuki's and anybody's? He's just a normal guy. Why? Sorry, I talked over at the beginning of that. Okay, let's finally move on. I don't think I've ever managed to get that token. Well, the disc of the disc is just frozen there because of how I caught it. I used to get, but it's still, the quest was still completed. And to say, do you wish you would have had a friend like Kopaka? Your answer would probably be no. It's not really what you consume the Bionicle story for, really, either. Wish you had a friend like Pterodax. Because he would have lots of money. What? And an unusual amount of struggle with the Carva here. Anyway, I think that's it for that. Time to shut up somewhat. Okay, he froze. That's good. Well, it's bad from a design game like stability perspective, but it's good for getting this level done. For getting this 3D model obstacle finished. It's like the longest continuous small platforming section in the game. Doesn't necessarily mean the game gets easier from here, though. Just you don't have some like less of you don't have this again. This is not like a precedent for what the rest of the game's gonna look like. So we all go down these, you know, internet rabbit holes every once in a while where we get kind of all into keep Googling certain kinds of topics because we get all fascinated by them. My latest, like, internet rabbit hole has been lobotomies. And I forgot how exactly I, like, started down this, but, like, I didn't really know anything about lobotomies until very, very recently in my life, when I just happened to stumble. Oh yeah, I remember. It was that YouTube channel, the Institute of Human Anatomy. I don't know which university is at. It's some. The Institute of Human Anatomy is part of a medical school, actually. So, in the 1930s, most famously Walter Freeman, but some other Portuguese guy, whose name I do not remember, who apparently has a Nobel Prize in medicine for inventing this, came up with this, okay, this area could crash on me because it crashes in the beta really readily, and when it crashes catastrophically. This is just a really problematic area. Managed to destroy the hives. Nope, I didn't. No. Okay. Don't panic. Try not to force quit OBS. So, my objective right now is do something that's not force quitting OBS, because that will corrupt my recording, and there's a lot of footage on the recording. So, see if I can Alt-Tab to OBS. Okay, could not Alt-Tab out. So now I'm going to try to bring up the task manager and simply pull the process. That was simple. Okay, I expect that to be a lot worse. If you crash in that area where you pick up the Mahiki, it can be one of those things where it takes over your screen. You got to bring up the task manager using some other shortcut besides Control Delete, if what it is. And then you got to navigate it with your keyboard and press the delete key to end the task and so on. Anyway, let's start the game and hopefully we restart that area and hopefully we can do it without catastrophic failure. They're able to understand somewhat that basically what makes up your personality, like your reasoning and your decision making, and what makes you really, is housed like within like the front part of your brain. Okay, got the hive. Called the prefrontal cortex, or the frontal lobes. So I decide, okay, if we can disconnect the frontal lobes from your thalamus, which is the interconnect between various parts of your brain, then we can make your actions less affected by what makes you you, which will make it such that your psychological disorders will affect your, like, you'll lose your personality, you lose all the negative qualities of it with it. Like, you will lose all of your psychological disorderedness. And that can make you easier to care for in a mental institution. So they kind of... There's all kinds of variations on things that, like, that psychosurgeons tried from the 30s. Like lusotomies, where you grab cores of brain tissue out from the back part of the frontal lobe. Most common being what Walter Friedman invented, which is the, what's it called? Transorbital lobotomy, by shoving something similar to an ice pick but sturdier, pounding it with a hammer through the back of your eye socket into your brain, and just kind of, there were some steps you were supposed to follow, but they were pretty crude. Basically just kind of move it back and forth in the brain and make cuts that were supposed to cut the bottom part of the frontal lobe up, which, because of the way the brain and its gelatin works, if you look at the result of a lobotomy, like in imaging, it's not really like it was cut. It's more like there was like holes torn in it, like the inside of a donut that you filled. The brain gets filled like a filled donut with nothing, with like fluid sacs, where you stuck the orbitoclast in and you moved it around. He is not the blue spider guy. I gotta find the blue spider guy. And you read this and you go, this is kind of strange, because I know I have more knowledge built from, you know, like the 90 years since the whole lobotomy thing started. But it seems so absurd to me that anybody thought that this was a good idea, nor had any resemblance of good ethics, that they would actually, in good conscience, even consider doing it to anybody. Like, in spite of what we know now, and how what we teach our children has changed, right, since then. I mean, editor here, and I'm jumping in to say that I am censoring myself because I brought up a topic that was inappropriate for the video genre. Sorry about that. Oh, this is from the alpha. I got the case from the alpha in here. Okay, sweet. And I'm censoring myself here as well. Passing back to my past self in a couple seconds. I'm getting too controversial and political here for like a BIONICLE game let's play. A bit of an off genre. But like, my morbid curiosity about this whole topic costed me a lot of time trying to scrape up everything I could read about it on the internet. The idea of sticking, like, instruments into people's brains and cutting or removing tissue from them. And what kind of negative effects that would have. Of course, another internet rabbit hole. There's a lot of fun, like, things to read about lobotomies, like when they did a lusotomy on Rosemary Kennedy, where essentially it left her completely, like, far more disabled than they were intending. They asked her to recite things, and then once she became incoherent, they stopped cutting. Which, like, nowadays, we would look at that and go, that's a really bad idea, because if you cut on someone's brain until they become incoherent, then that makes it so they can't speak coherently? You've now made it so that they can't speak coherently. What else did you think would happen? And there is some, like, novel, there's a book about the history of lobotomies that records an actual conversation someone was having with either a doctor or Dr. Freeman while undergoing the lobotomy. And like the doctor says, "You wanted this, right?" And they said yes. And then eventually, and then there's a time where they tell the doctor, "I'm stop, doc. I'm dying. I'm fading out." Anyway. Of course, doctor finishes the procedure anyway because, well, apparently while you're undergoing a lobotomy, what you say doesn't matter. Unless it becomes incoherent. And it's like mission accomplished. So I presume there's a grapple hook I'm supposed to grab onto, but I can't like see where it is because there's a tree in the way. I guess I just Kakama and go for it. It's kind of risky. I have to do all that platforming I did all over again. There goes nothing. Oh, there was a grapple point. You just couldn't see it through the tree. Okay. Why is that even there? They just like mashed the alpha and beta versions of this level together, and they don't really like mesh perfectly, do they? I'm gonna go in this cave to see if there's anything in there. Okay, they're gonna let me jump up this, aren't you? This wasn't really designed to be backed up on. What? You could just goose the cave. You could bypass all of that, like all of that vine stuff with caves. What? That's just too nice, Beaver House. That's not allowed. That's against the rules. Oh, it is with a token, but the camera doesn't work right. Okay. So you can't go, the caves do not go all the way across. That's good. But if you manage to get into any one of these caves, like in the midpoint, then that would just skip you to the end. Okay. Bring up the Mahiki. She got in the crashy room. Yeah, another internet rabbit hole is languages. You see, when you do Let's Plays, you may encounter the quandary of non-localized content. Meaning, content produced in another country that speaks a language other than English, and for which there is no English localization. So, you have to decide not to try to play that game, even if it's in a series you're Let's Playing and you really like, or you try to learn the language, which, if that language happens to be Japanese, is a very common thing to do, because weebs. But, I have a dictionary in my home that I'm actually recording this in, called, American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. I don't know, it seems like maybe it's from the 70s or 80s. And of course each letter has its own title page and a description of the letter. And they show forms of the letter from antiquity that how we write them evolved from. And the characters that we use to write English typically are the Roman alphabet, which is borrowed from the Greeks by the Etruscans or whatever, the Romans, where they added some letters to it and changed the way they write them from how the Greeks did. And then the Greeks borrowed it from the from Palestine, and like the ancient Near East or the Middle East, the ancient Phoenician alphabet, which is very similar to the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. And that is, the ancient Phoenician alphabet is an abbreviation of Egyptian hieroglyphics. So the Roman alphabet, for which we use to write all our European languages, and like there are like extensions of it and language alphabets derived from it, like Russian or some of those extra characters that are in Icelandic. They're not in like the Roman alphabet that you write Latin in. They're at least based off of the Roman alphabet, which is a evolution of the Greek alphabet, which is an evolution of the Phoenician alphabet, which is an evolution of Egyptian hieroglyphics. So everything, and if we wanted to make a writing system to write a new language that doesn't have a writing system, then what the modern world would do right now is just try to adapt the Roman alphabet to it. So everything goes back to Egyptian hieroglyphics. Somehow this guy can read other Toa's minds, particularly Kopaka's. It's supposed to like project the player's mind into Lewa. Like, yeah, by the 5th level you get the point. But it's like, why would Lewa have gotten the point? But anyway, so this kind of first came up. Well, I kind of like to like look up stuff about languages anyway. But this kind of like languages kind of got serious when I wanted to play a game that some Christian wrote for fun in Korean. And though many have started trying to translate it to English, no one has finished. First of all, no one's even translated part of a playable game into English. They've only made like YouTube videos of gameplay footage of it in English. So I couldn't play it myself in English, but none past the first couple chapters, which would be less than a third the game. So in order to play this game, I need to know how to read Korean. Now, if it was a pure visual novel and if it was just text, then I theoretically could just use, say, Google Translate on every line, and then, buy Korean keyboard stickers and hop and peck the Hangul into Google Translate line by line. And I could just experience the game that way. And Google Translate is often made fun of, but most of the ways you can make Google Translate do something absurd is if you put something through multiple layers of Google Translate, because words overlap in meaning differently between different languages, and so you get a meaning branching if you translate through a couple layers. So things get absurd if you use Google Translate up to even 2 layers. If you're just doing 1 layer, it works pretty well nowadays. However, this particular game, although it's kind of visual novel based, it may not. I actually don't know because I haven't played it. Because spoilers. Not sure, because it's like it was made in RPG Maker 2000. Whether or not you could do this or not, it may have time-based reading, where you actually have a limited amount of time to read some of the stuff. It's not like it'll just go to the next screen when you click next. And in addition, I want to record myself playing it and reacting to what happens. And in order to do that, and if I were just kind of like Google translating every line while doing that, that would create some awkward pauses and some slow pacing. And so I would like to have at least some knowledge of the vocabulary of I accidentally turned off the Miru. That was a mistake. Basic, vocabulary and grammar knowledge of Korean to some degree before I, attempt to play the game and record myself playing it. So I don't have to translate every word. And have all those awkward pauses of me trying to translate everything. Anyway, you'll find that so all these East Asian languages, they tend to adopt the old Chinese characters, which as far as I understand it, were back, 6,000 years ago or whatever, were very simple pictographs. They would just draw a picture on their records or oracle bones of the thing that word was trying to describe. What the definition of the word would be. So if it's the word for house, which I know in Korean is gip, I don't know what it is in Chinese. They tend to be they don't tend to have cognates, except when it's intentional. Well, anyway. To write house, the Chinese would not write anything that would tell you to pronounce it house. They would draw a little picture of a house. Like a little stick figure with like a tint over it, for example. A little picture that you can easily look at it and remind you that it means house. Now so you go, okay, so reading Chinese and speaking Chinese are totally unrelated. I need to separately memorize the picture for each word as well as how to pronounce each word. They're two separate disjoint tasks. And because the language isn't intrinsic, the writing is not intrinsically tied to how things are pronounced, you can essentially write any spoken language in Chinese characters, and anybody who spoke any of these spoken languages would be able to understand any of these languages written, and they wouldn't have to learn anything new. And this, you might go, well, they're different languages though, so they would tend to evolve different writing systems just like they evolve different speech. Well, you see, writing develops slower than speech, and some languages don't even have writing. So, like Russian didn't have writing until the missionaries went to Russia. So, it would kind of make sense that different spoken languages would have the same writing. That's not something completely unrealistic. And it turns out that kind of happened. Both the Japanese and Koreans adopted the Chinese characters to be uniform in their writing with the Chinese, and the Koreans call it the hanja, and the Japanese call it the kanji, or kanji. Depends on how they don't actually know how the vowels work in Japanese. They don't really know any Japanese. So yeah, I don't know how it's pronounced kanji or kanji. Anyway, that's kind of convenient because if you know how to... Oh no, I made a crash. Those hives, it's like if you shoot the hive right at the moment that a respawn's going to happen out of that hive, which you tend to want to do because you want to destroy it before that respawn happens, it creates a crash. In Lewa's level in particular. Okay, I'm going to pull the process. If you learn the kanji or the hanja or the han characters, then... Oh, I launched the game with the task manager opened. It's gonna make it crash again. Don't launch Legend of Matsumi while the task manager is running. It will crash on launch. Pro tip. You just learn the Hanji, the Kanja, you learn these characters, and then you can understand what a Japanese person wrote, or a Chinese person wrote, or a Korean person wrote. So it's a pure text medium, then you can understand all three just by learning one set of characters. Memorizing one big, huge, honkin' set of complicated characters. Except that that's not really ideal for a lot of reasons. First off, the Japanese and the Koreans have since moved on. But I said that there was essentially no connection between which picture they used and how they pronounced the word. Merely that the picture is a depiction of what the word means, like a depiction of like the noun, the thing if it's a noun, or like the action if it's a verb. Well, some things it's hard to draw a picture of. So turns out that the design of the hanja, or the Han character, would be maybe a rebus of words that if you put their sounds together, you make that word. Or it would just be the same picture as a word that sounded similar. You could kind of tell by the context, okay, you meant this instead, a similar sounding word. And then maybe they'd variate the symbol slightly to try to indicate that it was a different word later on. So there did end up actually being some connection between how the word was pronounced and the symbol. But that was Old Chinese, and the pronunciation of Chinese has corrupted so much so since then that it is basically unrecognizable. So these connections and pronunciations are completely lost. So some of these characters, they completely lost their whole... So it doesn't, there's no reason... So then you lose why that character's drawn that way, which makes the character hard to memorize, because it just looks random. It's like, there's no reason why you would use the character that looks like that for that word that means that, because it's based on some old archaic pronunciation that's no longer used. And then, any link between the meaning and the picture is lost beyond that anyway, because whoops, I crashed again. Chinese crashes my games. Because there's been so many cursives and simplifications and shorthands of the Chinese characters that they don't look like anything anymore. So memorizing these things are kind of hard. Now, I would still think if you wanted to learn a language, you just wanted to be able to comprehend a language written, and you didn't need to know how to pronounce any of it. You didn't need to know how to speak it. You just need to know how to read it. It might be easier to memorize, like, these weird, complicated pictures for each word as opposed to a sequence of characters in an alphabet for each word. Just because your brain can make up ways in which it the shape of the symbol can resemble the meaning. Like, there are some, like, characters like the one for child, and the one for learning, and the one for the relationship between the one for big, for tree, and for paper. Tree is a big, but it has a trunk. And then paper, you cut down the tree to make the paper. If you know what the Chinese characters for big, tree, and paper are. Just because it's a picture, even if it's complete nonsense, you can kind of make up ways to, like, make sense of it in your head, which makes it easier to memorize the, like, characters. But, like, if you're trying to memorize, like, English words, like just various admixtures of these 26 Roman letters, without actually memorizing how to pronounce the English words, it's like, so it would seem harder, because you couldn't really relate a word shape or a specific combination of these characters to the meaning of a word well. Create, like, devices to memorize them. It just... would be more difficult than, like, these arbitrary pictures. But anyway, so it makes it such that the Chinese characters, which you would think would be easy to memorize because there's pictures of their meaning, are no longer easy to memorize. And then the Japanese still don't entirely use them, or exclusively use them, and the Koreans don't use them at all anymore. So, that ideal that might have happened, but history took another turn, did not happen. Oh, now the sliding part is going to create a lot of crashes, too. So, unfortunately, the Han characters are sort of difficult, although the Chinese and the Japanese do learn them. Or the Japanese, some of them anyway. And if memorizing just the Han characters will not actually allow me to comprehend written all of Japanese, Korean, and Chinese. It would only be Chinese and Japanese somewhat. Which is a bit of a shame. But, you know, it's just the world, and not everything turns out how you'd want it. What did I actually, like, find in here? Got the disc, we got the blue spider. Those two, no, we don't. I was gonna go return something. I forgot what it was. Can I actually finish another quest? I don't think I found anything new. I just assumed I did, and then once I got to the village, I realized, no, actually I don't, because I don't have the launcher. I don't have a disc. I did return the disc and returned it. I had this boost plate and returned it. I don't find the launcher. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, so these pictograph languages are convenient because the pictures aren't tied to the pronunciation, they're more likely for multiple languages to adapt the same characters, which would make it so that learn one, you learn them all. In writing, theoretically could happen, and they might be easier to memorize if you don't need to know how to pronounce it, you just need to want to learn how to comprehend it written. If it's pictures, even if they're really corrupt. Oh, that's broken. Okay. Pictures, even if they're really corrupt ones, than if it was just mixtures of letters, like Spanish. Anyway, because I don't really want to consume any medium that are in Chinese, though, I don't really have any motivation to learn Chinese specifically. The Koreans, though, they decide to abandon. So what did the Japanese do? The Japanese wrote in Chinese. Then they created these, took some of the Chinese characters, and they made these syllabic things out of them, based on how you pronounced those Chinese characters, and made these really simplified Chinese characters where they have no resemblance to original Chinese characters they were supposed to be, called the hiragana, and then they would make a phonetic spelling based on pronunciation way of writing their words based on these hiragana. Although they weren't vowels and consonants like, say, the Roman alphabet, they were entire syllables for each hiragana, except for one of them. So it's a little bit different way of spelling than... how do I resolve this? I think I'm gonna have to escape quit, and I'm gonna have to spawn back in, I think is what I'm gonna have to do. Then they decided we're going to continue to use Chinese characters in some capacity as abbreviations for groupings of these hiragana. So that... Oh no. Oh, phew. That was close. So I noticed they got rid of the sliding area in Lewa's level because they decided to make a similar area in Onua's level to replace it. It says use the Miru, but there is no fall damage in this game, so phooey on that. The Himanawa Nu. Okay. I have a feeling that was derived from He-Man Nawa, but whatever. Yeah, suspiciously references He-Man. Get out of here fast. Or be getting sucked. Ooh, it's sucking. Should be very hard though because I have actually 2 extra health increments between, as opposed to the beta because of those Amana Volospheres. So writing Japanese is a very difficult thing to type. You have to type the hiragana and it abbreviates into the kanji. You have to know how to pronounce the kanji, otherwise you can't type it. It's annoying. The kanji being borrowed Chinese characters. And the words are like these mixtures of stuff that is from how to pronounce it and stuff that's from what it means. Like, just mixed together. It's like a mixture of these phonetic and pictographic. Somewhat complicated, but popular. A lot of people know it, which might make it somewhat easier to learn. Korean, on the other hand, around the 1400s, some king invented his own original alphabet. That was... It's more vague than, say, the Roman alphabet is. So it's harder to write, like, very specific sounds in it. And it's called Hangul. And basically, knowing the Chinese characters gives you nothing anymore. Anyway, I'm working on trying to learn Korean because I'm trying to let's play a game that's written entirely in Korean and has no localization in any other language. So, good luck to me. Under circumstances where just Google translating it every line by line would be impractical. I mean, even if you can type Hangul without really knowing much Korean, but the Japanese is even worse, because yes, there is a Japanese game that I also like to play, has no localization that may come up. Because Japanese, you have to know some Japanese in order to type it, because you have to know how to type the kanji. Like, if there's a kanji that you don't know what it means or how to pronounce it, you're like stuck. Okay. Not sure if you're supposed to act, if the developers ever intended you to spawn here, or whether this is just a cutscene place, but Lewa apparently just kind of drops from the sky there. I guess the idea is that's up there is where the boss fight took place between Lewa and the He-Man something Nui. Those waterfalls suggest it. Okay. And the trees. There won't be any trees where I'm going. And I'd be remiss not to demonstrate. Now I have this kind of obnoxious jump I have to make to get tokens up here. You have to do it like that, where you like jump before activating the mask. That never was going to lead anywhere. This is for getting the winch lever, which allows the bridge to be drawn. Okay, that's something that's not in the beta. They decided to add for rebuild to make the winch lever actually matter. Nice little touch there. Give a little bit extra to Tahu's already absurdly sized, like, health and energy cache. Yeah, Tahu, you don't really have to worry about running out of health and energy very much. Tahu's level is more about just don't fall into things, basically. Don't lose it all at once. Oh, there's no hives here. Interesting. There are hives here in the beta. There are hives here, though. Is that where the tree's supposed to be, but isn't? Try not to fight these things because it's kind of useless until you've destroyed the hives. Basic video game tactics, right? Doesn't matter if you defeat things before you've destroyed their hives, they're just gonna respawn. What's the point? Hive. These are birds and bats. Oh yeah, the tree doesn't render. Okay. Because they're like bats and birds, like, it's hard to tell if you got them all. So I'll just grab, like, my grappling hook and tokens until all of my enemies come out. Oh, there you are. I didn't destroy you yet. This is the Tahu theme. Not necessarily the best piece in the soundtrack, but I would think that's either Lewa's drum and bass or Gali's theme. But definitely suitable for what it's supposed to be. Oops. Made the jump anyway, though. And you got the tokens. There you are. You should be the last Rahi. Good. That's the way to Onukoro. Those are the homes, apparently, which are much less... like, you can't actually go into them like you can in the other villages. What's in here? Right here. Okay. Yeah, 7 seems about right. That's how much are in the beta. There's an 8th one. I'm gonna talk to v.1.0.2 first. This was where v.1.0.2 was in the beta. It didn't restore its location from the... Wait a second. I'm confused. This is v.1.0.2 where v.1.0.2's HUD is in the alpha. In the beta, it's where the Takara pit used to be in the alpha. That's interesting. Then, if the Takara pit is pit is not here. Trying to integrate that from Manog into here, I see. Don't need to bother talking to the tree keeper. Well, maybe I will see if they took some inspiration from Quest for the Toa. Ammo. Yeah, then this is the Takara pit, wouldn't it be? Yeah, they actually made it the Takara pit. Okay. So like in the Alpha, where it's its own separate location, unlike all the other villages where they put it in the village. Who's dancing? This guy's not, but let's talk to him anyway. Going to the lore, it actually isn't really that useful because it's hard to control. It's kind of a good point. Where is Kapura? Here's a dancer. He's not the first one. I'm torn up here. Why did you have to make it so to learn the Takara every time, Beaver House? It's so tedious. Nice. It's hard to get up there, but it doesn't look like a Dancy Boy, so. Teach me now. Down deep in this rabbit hole. Oops. That was a mistake. Okay. Let's talk about the boss. Maybe it should be on the wall. Let's try to get back up on the wall again. think that's where I already found one. I already got the grappling hook, but it's still there. Oh. It's good. I have to talk to Joller first. Too many requirements. Nice touch, Kapura, like, dancing slowly in there.
Flyway. Incorporating Plant cells dash lower percent.
Take the metal. Asphalt and metal ungrounded thud. Remote. Asphalt and metal ungrounded light wood. Middle on by iron. Sword hits.
Wait, stopper.
I done.
So let's go to Takini, going through the last level's worth of challenges. Which is a lot easier to do in the beta than the alpha. Mostly because in the beta isn't broken as badly. Say anything extra? True. It may have seemed like first installment weirdness during the first installment, which is not usually how first installment weirdness works, but v.1.0.2 could indeed see into the future in 2004, making this consistent. Although he didn't necessarily control when he would see into the future by choosing to look into a fire or not. Maybe he developed that over the capability over the 1,000 years that he spent on the island of Matanui, or just went as a Taraga. And they integrated that into the 2004 story, something they probably had no plans to do in 2001. Mediums like Minogue and The Legend of Matanui, mostly just Minogue, said that v.1.0.2 saw into the future when he stared into the fire. But unlike 2004, in the Golden Years, it was never shown what Tahu exactly saw in the fire when he looked. Why did I do that? Stupid mistakes. Don't just cancel the Miru for no reason. I don't think this works. It doesn't. Okay. Spending a lot of time in this area, surprisingly. This is one of those areas that should be trivial. Angled ledge problems. It's easier to go this way first. We have a collection of 4 bats right next to each other. Yay, all are gonna attack me at once. Finally got through that. May not have seemed to take long, but that one should not take long. Okay, this is another short one. This background music is called Music Underground. Used most often in Onua's level, but it's being used here in Tahu's level. Here I come. Just a token. Why are you going this way? Because I believe there's actually a token over here. Yes, there is. Oh. leaves us checkpoints, which is kind of good and bad. It's bad because if you die, like in the alpha, if you were to die here, then it would just respawn you back to the beginning of the level, which is where the exit is. So you skip having to go back. The beta, and rebuilt of course, if you die before you get back, you have to work on, it spawns you back on where you get the, where you get the how. So then you have to try again to get back, essentially. This is a long one. There we go. And now we just need to get back home. It's a long one. Oh, bat. The bat got me. Ah, phooey. Yeah, it took too long. Also, this will be made a lot easier by the Island of Holospheres than it is in the original beta. The original beta missing like that would have been catastrophic. Short on that jump. Oh, come on. Oh! Forgot about this one. Okay. Just being really sloppy with this. This one's really easy to overshoot. Good. I didn't. Okay. Really low on energy here. Back to half cash. Whoa. It's hard to see where I'm going because of that how effect swirling around me. About out of energy. So I'm gonna start eating into my health now. Okay, got some energy. It's good because it's hard to move around when your health is being taken. It like pauses you every time you lose health. Pausing me. Okay. Now I have to do it all over again. Still is a lot more fun area than Tahu 4 was in the equivalent to this in the alpha. That was very unfun. I eventually got pretty good at doing it, but it wasn't fun. Doing a lot better on the energy this time. I'm gonna end up at full cash. So I have to collect tokens. It's gonna be less stalling in this section. And there you go. Again, there's no Akaku icon or anything here, so how are you supposed to think to do this? Don't know. This has been sped up a lot here. It just seems to pull to the left. I don't know why. Beat the boulder, but I missed a lot of tokens. Let's try to get those tokens though. I got some of them. The question is it possible to get that lava board? I tried it in the beta, it caused a crash. I'll try it again here for completeness, but it might cause a crash. Well, it didn't cause a crash, but you can't stand on those platforms, so it doesn't appear to be a way to get that lava board out there. So I'll just take my tokens and leave. Using my Kaku. If I lose my footage of me doing this in the beta, I'm going to cry. I mean the alpha. In the beta and rebuild, it's not that bad. pretty chill. Awfully. Uh-oh, we got two musics going on. We've got Tahu's theme on top of underground. It's not supposed to happen. I don't know why the Miro is so fast right now for some reason. My trajectory was off. Okay, it doesn't register that I ever got those tokens in the cutscene. But once the level loads, the thing goes, oh yeah, you've already gotten those tokens. Yes, you have to repress all of the buttons every time. Ah. Just kind of drop in here. There's more tokens out there. Should I bother? Yes, because the mask died. Okay. I can go get the tokens now. Without risk of, like, balls hitting me and throwing off my trajectory. Take unnecessary risks. The thing about the alpha is that the balls don't shut up when you hit all the buttons. The balls do not shut off when you hit all the buttons. The door just opens. The alpha, this level in the alpha is great. I mean, this area in the alpha, I love it. Anyway, that should be all of them. Using the mirror here, just to That sounds hilarious. Well, at least I got all the tokens. I don't know why I didn't Miru jump. Y'all knew that was gonna happen, didn't you? So two musics, one on top of the other. Don't really mesh well together, do they? Makes a cute little beep noise, and we're through. Secret printing element. There's nothing on it besides just scratches. Okay. But I did get some tokens. Token hidden back here. Nothing on the other side. Okay. Go. Ah. And during my commentary-less beta playthrough, I figured out that the best way to do this is to always point your camera as far downward as possible. For some reason, trying to reduce the problem, a 3D platforming problem, into a 2D one by pointing your camera down, for me works really well and makes this area much easier for me than if I pointed the camera forward, say. Don't know why. So I used to struggle with this a lot until I learned the point the camera down trick. No artifacts you can pick up in there, right? I know there's tokens, but the tokens are there to trick you more so than you're supposed to get them. Like, the platforms go a different way than tokens would suggest that they would go, and it tricks you. That's the point of the tokens. Oh, it's taking too long. The token. Missed another token. Man, missing a lot of tokens. Hopefully I have enough tokens after missing so many tokens in that lava surfing area and that dropping area. Turn down my mouse DPI for this area. This is where you have to do the grind, isn't it? Don't miss the tokens. Got him. Ah, I missed those ones. Okay. Okay, survived that. Cool, I'll talk to Veikama. They're not really that hard. Veikama's playing them up. I thought I did the shrine. Okay. Let's try not to do that. So we're trying not to die in the shrine anymore. Spawning me directly into Tahu 14. That's kind of different than the beta, I believe. This is weird. Very unusual to me. Okay. Okay, this area is kind of crashy, so I'm kind of afraid to shoot things, but got the glyph right away. Well, it crashed anyway. How about that? Time to pull the process. And restart the game. Try to get this, see if I can get this glyph without it crashing. Wouldn't dare destroy a hive. Okay, Take some pause. It's like if it damages me, it crashes. Phooey. How do I do this without it crashing? That's the question. Might be impossible, might be broken. Rebuilds might be broken. That would be a story. It's a fatal glitch. Can't get the glyph without crashing the game. See if what defeating one of the bugs does. Maybe if we defeat all the bugs before we grab the glyph, it'll work. This is the wrong way. Okay. That didn't crash. It's gone, I can focus on the bugs. Tokens. Now will it let me pick it up without glitching? Okay, I just don't get attacked by a bug. I believe one attacks you rides you into the final zone, so it's gonna be bad. Okay, that goes into the red zone. We want to stay in the yellow zone, I know that. We're finding the exit. No, this could be the entrance. Could be backtracking into the shrine. Dear. But I have the glyph, though. If I have the glyph... Ah. But I don't have... don't have the Vahi. I need that. Oh, I went in the wrong way. Oh. Wow. I was dropping, it was dropping faster than I was, so I couldn't land on it. I got confused because like I got to Tahu 14. It's like, they skipped Tahu 12 and Tahu 13. What's going on here? Yes, I did skip those areas, and that was a mistake. Okay. I can make it. I can make it. Okay. I believe this is a checkpoint in the beta, so it should be a checkpoint in Rebuilt as well. Not easy here. Can't get enough height. Here, I can't jump tall enough to get up on the platform. Ah! This is not going to work, but I'll try it anyway. Waste time on that one, I guess. Ah. Just gotta remember when it starts to go to every other stalactite. Time on this one. Nope, I didn't. Okay. All rooms, this for some reason, this is the one that's getting me. Unexpected. This is not usually a room that gets me. Finally, that took forever. Not literally. Figuratively. Okay. Okay. Back to the shrine now, in theory, but we gotta do we gotta do the hamburger patty stuff first, I guess. Checkpoints, okay. Oh, say so, game. It's early, I see. Okay. You can also use the Miru for this, but that's no fun. Ah. Oh no, it takes me all the way back to here. Really? Get through this part this time. Ah! I overjumped again! So I already got the glyph, so I don't need to get the glyph, I just need to get out, basically. I just get to the yellow zone and leave. It's my job. Because that goes to the red zone, so. Nope. Got the disc, didn't I? Spread. Go. This will take me back to the shrine. Or crash, one or the other. Sweet. Now I can do the boss. I'll deliver the disc first. I didn't get the lava. I did not get the lava board. It's the only thing it can deliver, I believe, is the disc.
So, go to what?
I don't have the lava board. Disc. Okay. Now I do the boss. $78 tokens is apparently enough. Remember, it's the control key to activate your elemental power. Tara Tokanui. Okay. And a very loud Tahu's theme. That's a bug. Oh, that could possibly make the boss unbeatable. I don't know how to deal with that problem. Get wrecked, me. Okay, now it fixes itself. That was a waste of ammo. Also, it tends to cause a bug when you do that, so don't do that. Okay, I'm just gonna die and hope that resets it. try dying again, hope it resets it. Okay. Still, it's not working right. Don't actually shoot at it. I mean, you've already gotten it. It's like, wow, I've gotten hit by every one of his things so far. Not here. Yes, here. It's gonna be rough. I can't get it. Debug menu came up. What's up with that? Okay, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to quit game. Okay. Try not to make that mistake again. Do everything perfect. Only need 3. Well, losing health is okay, but don't do anything non-vanilla in your actions in the boss. Don't trigger any edge cases. There's weird flashing going on, but do action, it could create a bug. Okay, not out of the woods yet, but getting close to out of the woods. If I don't make it through Onua's Makuta challenge, it's going to, if I reload from a save, it's going to reload into Tahu's boss. So I haven't really finished Tahu's boss yet. No. It's probably catastrophic. That crash right there is gonna send me back into Tahu's boss. I'm gonna be very upset. They really need to fix that. That upsets me so much. Does that just make you really angry? Unrighteously, just like this unrighteous anger, this impatience. It's close. Okay, I'll skip this cutscene. No, continue. And try not to crash. Pretty much sums up playing Legend of Matanui. Try not to crash. Oh no! Oh no. No crash. Oh, phew. No. No! Well, there's going to be a fourth recording because I have to do this another day. Ouch. Well, at least it's emphasizing how bad it is when you have a place where it crashes, and if it crashes there, you get to send back an entire boss. Well, we're going to immediately jump forward to another day, I guess. Recording session number 4. Let me try to get through Onua's Makuta challenge without causing a crash. Ooh. Skip the cutscene, and then continue. This tends to do me in a bit because it will kick to the left if I don't drop off soon enough. There we go. It's better. Drop. And then if you go for it all at once, that can get me, so. Whoa! Good. I think I'm out of the woods now. Okay. I believe this works better than it does in the alpha, so I can actually, like, do it. I think it's doable the proper way in the alpha too, it's just really difficult to do it the right way. Proper meaning the way the developer intended. Proper is a bit of an overly used word, and ill-defined word at that. No worries, the time limit is long. This is the beta where the time limit is very generous. But the jumps are too short because they're meant for the alpha jump mechanics. So you have to stand back behind the back of the previous platform. You will overshoot all of them. That's that actually working. Ah! Philly. It's like there's too many vertices on that. Try again. Couldn't cheese it that way. Okay, I won't grapple because in refreshing while grappling could cause an effect that I don't want, like the grapple noise getting stuck on or something. Okay. If only had a Kakama or a Miru, but you don't have. I don't have those. Try again. It doesn't ledge grab. Do that to me. Unlike Onua's level, there's no way to die in this area. So, like, you can't, like, reset the clock. Let's grab on that one. Do something kind of unconventional to get that to work. Not to hope. I hope this will work. Okay. This one's significantly easier. What you're supposed to do is shoot all those platforms and then platform up, but they have collision, like you can ride them up, and it's just this big oversight they had when they designed that area. There's no obvious solution. It's like, I don't know what I would have done differently besides just not do that concept. Like, just not a valid idea there. on the first time I played the beta when I didn't know this button was even there. There we go. One of my biggest embarrassing moments in all of my Let's Play videos. Besides, the most embarrassing moment is in the next area I'm gonna get to. But that was one of the more embarrassing ones was not knowing there was a button on that platform. Well, I almost died there, but I didn't. Yeah, in the alpha in here, once I turned around, I got turned around going up this way, and then went back into the beginning thinking it was the exit. And the exit has something that makes it very distinct from the entrance. You have to go over a wall to get to it. And I didn't go over the wall and still thought I got to the exit. Can't release too early. That was too late. Can't tell the difference. Oh, my oven's going off. I have to deal with that, don't I? I'll pause the encoding for a second here. Get there. Okay, I'm back. And the game froze. Oh. Oh, it's a weird glitch where it would move in OBS, but then it would be paused in the actual game. Okay. I'm gonna start turning the mirror on when doing this just in case. Helps a little bit when doing vines. And then I'm gonna... yes. Yes. I just one more comment before I get through the last area, which I will get to very shortly. In the beta, I never tried bringing up the debug menu in Rebuilt. Why is my health so high? Anyway, in Rebuilt, because I couldn't get to come from the beta. However, in Rebuilt, it comes up. And there are other features in it besides those that are in the alpha, like audio debugger, visual debugger, and better saver. Don't know how to use them. I managed to get through this without using the debug menu in any way. Okay. Queue up Zamiru. Yes, this area can be cheesed into oblivion. Can be utterly skipped. Well, those eyes on that bow rock are in the wrong spot. It's like they saw concept art, but none of the real sets. Anyway. Oh, we see all the Toa are here now. But I guess the idea was supposed to be once you finish a Matoran's levels, they are unlocked. But some of the Matoran were Toa. Some of these the Toa were here already before I finished their levels. But anyway, they're all here now. That's it. That's The Legend of Matanui Rebuilt, a fan revision, an extension of The Legend of Matanui Beta. It is mostly the beta, except that in the villages, there is more work to do. You have to learn the dance of the Takara for each village by talking to 3 Matoran and then watching the Takara. This is in addition to saving the village, quote unquote, like you would in the beta, and Takaro is under attack, which never actually happens in the beta. And it's be more work than the alpha, because in the alpha, you only have to learn the dance of Onua. The other dances for the other Toa, you can just view the Takara right away. You don't have to learn all the other dances. The Beaver House, for some reason, decided to make it so you had to learn every dance. To me, that's not really a very good decision. That just really slows the game down needlessly. Like, I'd prefer that you don't have to learn all 6 dances. But anyway, so in each village, every village, you have to fight the Rahi in that village, and then afterwards, learn the dance. They also added the Amanovolo spheres, which increase your health and energy cache when you completed quests, which makes the quests to retrieve items for the Matoran much less meaningless and actually give you some motivation to complete them. And then the village Gakura was expanded. They gave it this deep underwater. They added a deep underwater section. However, I couldn't find a gear in there, but you would think there would be. Let me know if I missed a gear that was really there. There was a new area added in Onua's level, where you roll, and that was added in place of the area in Lewa's level where you slide. The area in Lewa's level where you slide was omitted, and the characters were given unique color schemes, unlike in the beta, and extra witty dialogue and jokes were added, which are pretty entertaining. I never lolled, but I was entertained. Like the guy in PTOS who says, "Oh, you just need to say the password and the door opens," and stuff like that. The cutscenes where the Toa interact with each other between levels, those were the ones from the alpha were patched in, as well as the opening beach from the alpha in Onua's level where you meet Nabua, the village of Onukoro from the alpha, and the area where you pick up Onua's grappling hook from the alpha. So, and that's about all. Is it an improvement over the beta? Yes. Is it a really, really, really significant one? Not so much. It feels somewhat like a more time-consuming beta that's just funnier. That's how I describe it. It's a slightly funnier and more entertaining, more time-consuming beta. Did I enjoy this? Yes. However, because I played this shortly afterwards, after recording me playing the alpha and recording the beta, doing it made me feel very sick of The Legend of Matanui. Hopefully, though, as long as none of these files get corrupted or something, I won't have to play any more of The Legend of Matanui for a very long time. If there's another patch for Rebuilt, where they add a lot more to Rebuilt, then, because they seem to still be actively patching it, there's been patches, like little edits from this year even. And they say this is the final Rebuilt. Then I will come back to Rebuilt. Hopefully I'll be less sick of it. My itch to play Legend of Matanui will have returned, and I'll play the final version of Rebuilt whenever that comes out. If this is not it, this might be the final version. They may not add any more since then. There are still some bugs and glitches in the game, but like just in this very last recording, how if you crash in Onua's Makuta challenge, you get respawned back if you load your save into Tahu's boss. Essentially, completing Tahu's boss does not update the save file. Defeating Rahi and destroying a hive, destroying a hive and at the same time a Rahi comes out, tends to cause crashes. Jumping on Rahi in Gali's level tends to cause crashes. The Imwat, the area where you pick up the cow in Gali's level, is still really crashy. And there's crashes happening in Tahu 14 as well. If you pick up, if a Rahi attacks you after you've picked up the glyph, so on and so forth. But it's much better like than it was when it was first released, when the Beaver House got it. And it is playable from start to finish without using the debug menu. But the debug menu does work if you want to use the debug menu. However, because it's completable without using the debug menu, I personally, just in my own personal opinion, would call that cheating the game. Meaning that you are getting the reward for completing it without putting in the requisite required effort by the game developer. And so you're kind of disrespecting the game developer when you do it. Some game developers don't care if they're disrespected, so whatever. That's just why I don't like cheating, because it's like, if I'd made a game, I wouldn't want people to cheat in my game, because I'm challenging the people playing it to complete the obstacles I put in front of them. And that's it. I don't know what's going to be the next Bionicle Games review exactly. It could be anything from the kind of the pre-alpha, like that whole we're starting over edition of Bionicle Masks of Power. It could be odds and ends from 2001 or the golden years entirely, like what's it called? Bionicle Attic Media, the mask matching game, I think it's called. I forgot what that one's called. The Legend Begins, there you go. That terrible 2002 game. So maybe if I can get a hold of a way to like explore some of the websites the Matsunui Explorer and so on like that. Or it could be something radical like Bionicle the Game GBA. So I could go anywhere from here. But I wanted to get Legend of Matsunui out of the way pretty early. And the Legend of Matsunui, when I first started my YouTube channel for Let's Plays, the Legend of Matsunui was primarily what I wanted to Let's Play. And to a lesser extent, Vinog and Vinog 2. And the desire to continue to make Let's Plays of the Legend of Matsunui did not die. The desire to make Let's Plays of games like Vinog and Vinog 2 died hard. Like, I don't know why I wanted to Let's Play those. But I may not ever do it again. Anyway, so if you watched all that, this 7 hours long or however long this is going to be recording, thank you for watching it. I am Stigiliter. That's my terrible, hard to pronounce Greek name. And I'm out.